Every mind that looks calm on the outside carries a storm you can't see, the kind that rises at night, the kind that shows up when the world finally gets quiet, when there are no messages to answer, no tasks calling your name, no distractions left to hide behind. That's when the real noise begins, the noise inside, the thoughts that don't slow down, the doubts you thought you were done with, the worries that replay even when you're exhausted, the weight you've been holding together with nothing but willpower, not because you're broken, not because you're failing, but because no one ever taught you how to let the mind rest. We grow up learning how to work, how to push, how to keep going, but we're never taught how to release, how to unwind, how to be at peace with ourselves. We learn how to survive our days, but not how to quiet our nights. And somewhere inside you, a quieter part, a wiser part, has been waiting for stillness, waiting for space, waiting for a moment where your mind doesn't feel like a battlefield you have to cross just to fall asleep. The Stoics understood this centuries ago. They believed that silence is something you train for, that peace is not an accident, it's a practice, that a thought only has power when you give it a throne, and that when you learn to step back, even for a moment, the mind begins to unclench, the noise begins to soften, and sleep becomes something safe again, instead of something you have to fight for. Tonight is that moment. 4 hours to let the weight slip off your shoulders. 4 hours to learn the art of thinking less and feeling lighter. 4 hours to reset your inner world so you can wake up clear, steady, and alive again. This is not just sleep. This is restoration. This is remembrance. This is the part of the night where your mind finally gets to breathe. The night has a way of bringing you closer to yourself. When everything slows, when the world stops tugging at you, something inside begins to rise, not to overwhelm you, but to be heard. A part of you knows you've carried too much for too long. A part of you knows you weren't meant to fall asleep with your thoughts still racing. And a part of you knows that if you don't learn how to release the day will keep owning your nights. This is where the shift begins, softly, quietly, without pressure. A gentle opening, just wide enough for peace to enter. There is a simple truth the Stoics lived by. The mind cannot rest if it's still gripping what already ended. The day may be over, but the mind often refuses to let it go. It replays conversations, reopens worry, rethinks choices, and stretches the smallest moment into a reason to stay awake. Not because you want to suffer, but because the brain was built to protect you. It reviews everything to make sure you're safe. Yet safety and peace are not the same. You can be safe and still deeply unsettled. You can be protected and still unable to sleep. This is why the Stoics practiced detachment before nightfall, a ritual that helped them step out of the day and step back into themselves. Detachment is not coldness. It is not pretending you don't care. It is the opposite. Detachment is caring in a cleaner way. It is caring without letting the world hijack your thoughts. It is holding situations without letting them hold you. It is placing events where they belong, in time, not in your nervous system. When the Stoics lay down at night, they understood that today has already done its job. It shaped you, challenged you, stretched you. But once the sun goes down, the day's duty ends. What remains is your choice to hold it or release it. And release is what brings quiet. The first part of nocturnal detachment is acknowledging the truth of the day without letting it bite you again. Every moment that happened is already fixed in the past. Nothing you replay can rewrite it. Nothing you regret can edit it. This is not defeat, it's freedom. The Stoics believed that acceptance creates space for strength. When you stop wrestling with what has already happened, your mind stops bleeding energy. This gives the night a chance to soothe you. Many people come to bed still fighting the battles of the morning, still carrying what someone said, still replaying a mistake, still worrying about tomorrow. But the mind becomes calmer the moment you allow the day to be nothing more than finished. Another part of detachment is separating what belongs to you from what doesn't. Not every emotion you picked up today is yours. The tension in your shoulders may belong to someone else's anger. The worry in your stomach may come from someone else's pressure. The heaviness you feel may be leftover energy from places you didn't want to be. The Stoics were skilled at asking one quiet question: is this mine? If the answer was no, they released it. If the answer was yes, they faced it once, not again and again. You are not a storage room for every emotion that drifts your way. You are not meant to sleep with the weight of other people's storms. You are allowed to drop what is not yours. Detachment also means stepping away from the mind's habit of creating stories. The mind loves to predict and prepare, even when nothing is happening. It leaps into the future, building scenarios that may never arrive. These shadows feel real, but they are only fear dressed as caution. The Stoics calmed this habit by returning to what is true right now. Not tomorrow. Now. And right now, you are safe. You are breathing. The day is already behind you. There is nothing in this moment demanding your attention, nothing that needs to be solved before sleep. Rest becomes possible when the mind stops living ahead of itself. There is a softness that comes when you stop expecting yourself to carry everything perfectly. A softness that arrives when you no longer force yourself to replay what hurt, or justify why you're tired, or act like you should be handling life better than you are. Detachment is an act of kindness toward yourself. It is choosing to value your peace more than your worries. It is recognizing that rest is not a luxury. It is a necessity. Your mind cannot repair itself while it is still gripping tension. The last part of detachment is surrender. Not the surrender of giving up, but the surrender of trusting that the world can wait. Trusting that not everything needs an answer tonight. Trusting that tomorrow will meet you with new strength. Trusting that your worth does not depend on how tightly you hold your stress. Trusting that letting go, even briefly, will not make your life fall apart. The Stoics ended each day with a quiet truth. What has happened is complete. What is coming is not yet yours, and what you need right now is rest. Tonight, you step into that same truth. You step out of the noise of the day. You step away from the weight you never meant to carry this far. You step into the part of yourself that knows how to heal. This is where the night begins to care for you. This is where your inner world finds room to breathe. This is the space where stillness finally becomes real. The weight begins to loosen once you allow the day to settle where it belongs, yet something deeper happens in the quiet after release. A space opens inside you, a space where thoughts no longer rush, but begin to show their true shape. The noise that once felt sharp becomes softer, almost willing to be understood rather than fought. This is where the Stoics stepped in with another practice, one that didn't add pressure but brought clarity. A gentle turning inward, not to fix the day, but to meet the emotions that rose from it. Not to analyze endlessly, but to understand the mind well enough that tomorrow's reactions wouldn't repeat today's patterns. There is a pull in the mind that wants closure before sleep, a need to settle what still feels alive inside. The Stoics used this moment not to worry, but to reflect. Reflection for them wasn't about reliving the day. It was about learning from it in a way that freed the heart instead of tightening it. They treated each night as a doorway, a chance to look at themselves with honesty but not harshness, a chance to see where the mind overreacted, where emotions took over, where fear spoke louder than reason. This wasn't self-judgment, it was awareness practiced gently. Pre-sleep reflection, in Stoic terms, was a form of mental training. Not training through force, but through observation. When you look at an emotion with calm eyes, its power fades. When you review a difficult moment without anger or shame, you start to understand what part of it came from you and what part came from the world. Emotional responses become clearer, easier to navigate, and easier to shift. The Stoics called this the foundation of self-mastery, not removing emotions, but reshaping how you respond to them. Most of the emotional pain carried into sleep doesn't come from events themselves. It comes from unexamined reactions. When someone spoke sharply to you, what hurt wasn't only their words, but the meaning your mind added. When a situation felt uncertain, what kept the anxiety alive wasn't the situation, but your mind's interpretation of it. Stoic reflection gently separates the event from the story. It lets you see where your mind created extra weight and where you can release it without losing anything important. This understanding rewires emotional pathways over time. The more you notice, the more automatic calm becomes. Reflection also rewires emotional responses by giving the mind context. When you slow down and look at your reactions, you see patterns, the moments that trigger defensiveness, the fears that tighten your chest, the old wounds that still influence your choices. None of this is a flaw. It's simply the mind trying to protect itself based on what it learned long ago. But once you see the pattern, something shifts. The reaction becomes less automatic. You gain a brief moment of choice, space to respond differently next time. That moment is emotional freedom. The Stoics also used questions not to interrogate themselves, but to guide their awareness. Questions like, what emotion took the lead today? Why did it rise? What belief fed it? Was this belief true? These were gentle inquiries, not accusations. When asked calmly, the mind answers honestly. You learn what fear is trying to shield you from. You learn what anger is trying to defend. You learn what sadness is trying to process. Understanding creates softness. Softness rewires behavior. Pre-sleep reflection also allowed the Stoics to reframe the day in a healthier way. They looked at the moments where they reacted poorly, not as failures, but as lessons. A harsh word they regretted became a reminder to pause next time. A moment of worry became a chance to question assumptions. A burst of frustration became a sign that something inside needed attention, not punishment. When you treat yourself with this level of patience, your emotional system begins to trust you. It becomes less reactive because it no longer fears judgment. Calm becomes the default response. Another part of Stoic reflection involved recognizing where they showed strength. Modern minds often skip this. We remember the mistakes, not the victories. But the Stoics paid attention to the moments they handled well. A moment of patience, a moment of restraint, a moment of clarity, a moment of kindness. Not to boost their ego, but to reinforce the behaviors they wanted to repeat. The brain learns through repetition and reward. When you acknowledge your own growth, even in small ways, your emotional responses evolve, your nervous system relaxes, you begin to trust your ability to handle life. Reflection also creates closure. The mind cannot rest when it feels unfinished. Looking back at the day with clear eyes offers a sense of completion. The emotion is acknowledged, the lesson is taken, the weight is released. The day ends not with chaos, but with understanding. And when you sleep after this, the mind doesn't feel the need to wake you at 2 a.m. to revisit what was left unresolved. At its core, Stoic pre-sleep reflection is a form of emotional housekeeping. Not scrubbing, not forcing, not fixing, simply tidying. You put things where they belong. You let go of what is not useful. You understand what needs care. You end the day with a lighter heart, not because life was perfect, but because your inner world was seen, listened to, and honored. And now that this gentle clarity has settled in, the night opens even deeper paths, places where the mind learns not only to reflect, but to rest without fear. The space created by reflection softens the mind in a way that prepares it for something even deeper. Once the emotional noise loses its grip, what remains is a quieter landscape, one where thoughts still move, but with less urgency. Yet even in this softer place, there is another layer of noise that tends to persist, the endless inner dialogue, the commentary, the rehearsing, the predicting, the self-talk that continues long after the day has ended. This constant chatter is where many sleepless nights begin, and where the Stoics, especially Seneca, offered one of their most powerful practices. There is a different kind of freedom that comes when the mind stops arguing with itself, when it stops narrating every worry, when it stops running toward futures that haven't arrived or clinging to moments that have already faded. Seneca understood that most of the distress people feel doesn't come from the outside world. It comes from the extra stories the mind adds to reality. The mind takes a simple situation and builds a whole world around it. A comment turns into a threat. A silence turns into rejection. A delay turns into disaster. None of these are facts. They are mental clutter, excess thoughts that pack the mind until there's no room left for peace. Seneca's answer was mental minimalism. Not the kind that empties the mind completely, because the mind is never truly empty, but the kind that removes the unnecessary weight. His philosophy rested on a simple idea. Most thoughts are not helpful. Most thoughts are not truth. Most thoughts are not yours to keep. When you learn to hold only what matters, the rest dissolves on its own. Mental minimalism begins with recognizing how much noise the mind creates without your permission. Thoughts appear automatically. They chain together. They pull your attention even when you're tired and longing for rest. Seneca taught that the first step is noticing this without fighting it. Fighting thoughts gives them strength. Allowing them without engaging makes them fade. The mind doesn't need a battle, it needs space. Another part of Seneca's method was separating thought from meaning. A thought is simply a thought. It becomes stress only when you attach interpretation. If a thought says, "This will go wrong," the stress doesn't come from the words themselves, but from believing them. Seneca trained his mind to pause between thought and acceptance. A thought would appear, and he would quietly question it. Is this fact or fear? Is this worth my energy? Does this deserve a place in my mind? Most thoughts failed the test and were released. This practice stripped away layers of mental clutter, leaving only what mattered. Seneca also believed that mental noise grows louder when life is packed with too much expectation, too much attachment, too many unfinished tasks. He simplified his days so his nights could breathe. He kept his goals reasonable. He reduced commitments that drained him. He prevented chaos before it reached his mind. This wasn't laziness, it was discipline. The fewer unnecessary pressures in your life, the fewer unnecessary thoughts your mind creates. This is why minimalism is not only about physical space, it is about psychological space. Another technique Seneca used was keeping his attention on what was directly in front of him. He refused to let the mind wander into the past or sprint into the future without purpose. When his thoughts drifted, he brought them back gently, without frustration. This simple return is a powerful method of quieting internal dialogue. Every time you bring your attention back to the present moment, the mind loses interest in the stories it was trying to build. Over time, the chatter weakens, like a fire losing its fuel. Seneca also practiced mental stillness through deliberate slowing. When the mind rushes, thoughts multiply. When you slow your breath, your movements, your inner tone, the mind naturally follows. Seneca often paused before speaking, paused before reacting, paused before letting a thought settle. This space between stimulus and response is one of the most powerful tools in Stoicism. It teaches the mind to move slower than fear, slower than anxiety, slower than automatic narratives. In this slower rhythm, internal dialogue becomes quieter without effort. A crucial part of Seneca's minimalism involved questioning the emotional weight behind thoughts. Many thoughts carry fear, but the fear isn't always about the thought itself. It's about what the thought reminds you of: a past disappointment, a hidden insecurity, a fear of failure. Seneca looked at fears with honesty, not to judge himself, but to understand the root. When the root was exposed, the thought lost its intensity. You can't fear what you fully understand. Seneca also removed internal noise by accepting that much of life is outside his control. Thought spirals form when the mind tries to control the uncontrollable, when you try to solve what hasn't happened, when you try to manage what belongs to someone else, when you attempt to predict outcomes that depend on countless factors. Seneca's minimalist mindset filtered out everything that wasn't his responsibility. This filter removes more noise than nearly any other Stoic practice. When the mind focuses only on what you can influence, the rest becomes irrelevant. The heart of Seneca's teaching is simple. The mind becomes quiet when you stop feeding it unnecessary thoughts, not through force, not through suppression, through clarity, through intentional simplicity, through choosing which thoughts deserve a place and letting the rest pass through like clouds moving across the sky. And once the mind learns to hold less, something remarkable happens. Your inner world gains space for calm, space for rest, space for deeper peace than you've known in years. And from that peace, the night opens to an even more transformative teaching: how to train the unconscious mind to carry this stillness into sleep itself. The quiet that comes from holding fewer thoughts creates a foundation the mind can finally rest on. But even with this new clarity, there is another layer, one that doesn't fully dissolve just because you're calm while awake. Some of the deepest noise lives below awareness, the worries that slip into dreams, the tension that stays in the body even when the mind feels peaceful, the old fears that wake you suddenly in the middle of the night. These are not conscious thoughts. These are patterns stored in the unconscious, and this is where the Stoics introduced the practice of apatheia, a state of inner neutrality, where external events and emotional triggers lose their power to shake you. Apatheia is often misunderstood. It is not numbness. It is not indifference. It is emotional stability so strong that reactions no longer dominate your inner world. A deep steadiness that remains even when the surface of life moves. The Stoics believed that this steadiness could be trained not only in waking life, but inside the mind's quietest hours, during sleep. They saw the night as a teacher, a time when the unconscious shows what remains unresolved. Instead of fearing this, they used it as a space for training, a way to teach the mind to stay calm, even when drifting through dreams and silent pathways of thought. The unconscious mind doesn't understand force. It responds to repetition, tone, and emotional quality. This is why the thoughts you fall asleep with matter. If you enter sleep feeling tense, your dreams often reflect chaos. If you enter sleep carrying fear, the mind amplifies it. But if you enter sleep rooted in apatheia, the mind begins to mirror that stability. Over time, this creates a new emotional default, calmness that continues even when you're not actively choosing it. Training the unconscious begins with the state you enter right before sleep. The moments when the mind drifts between wakefulness and dreaming are powerful. The Stoics understood this transition as a doorway where beliefs can be softened and reshaped. If your last thoughts are calm, grounded, and steady, the unconscious accepts them as instructions, not commands, but gentle guidance. The mind learns that it does not need to protect you through fear. It does not need to replay threats. It does not need to keep you alert all night. Apatheia becomes the emotional tone the mind falls into naturally. Another part of this training involves emotional neutrality. Not suppressing emotions, but observing them without letting them define you. When you practice neutrality during the day, the unconscious begins to follow the same pattern at night. Instead of reacting to every emotional spark, it learns to let sensations pass without attaching stories to them. A dream becomes only a dream. A rising fear becomes only a feeling. The mind stops turning every sensation into a threat. This reduces nightmares. It reduces sudden awakenings. It reduces the heaviness that lingers in the mornings. The Stoics also trained the unconscious by removing emotional residue before sleep. When emotional impressions linger, the unconscious mind uses them as fuel. A day filled with tension becomes a night filled with unrest. But when you release the emotional weight through reflection, acceptance, and mental simplicity, the unconscious has nothing chaotic to amplify. It begins instead to process things quietly, smoothly, without the turbulence that leads to anxious sleep. Apatheia forms naturally because there is no emotional debris left to spark reactions. Another technique involves directing the mind towards stable values, virtue, patience, courage, compassion, rather than specific outcomes. When you focus on outcomes, the unconscious becomes restless. It tries to solve problems, control futures, and anticipate danger. But when you focus on values, the mind relaxes. Values do not require prediction. They do not require pressure. They simply shape your character. And character does not need to be solved in the middle of the night. Falling asleep with your attention on who you choose to be, rather than what may happen tomorrow, teaches the unconscious to rest in stability rather than anxiety. Apatheia also comes from releasing the body. The mind and body influence each other deeply. The Stoics knew that a tense body creates a tense dream state. Relaxation is not only physical, it is an emotional message. When the body softens, the unconscious interprets this as safety. Safety leads to stillness. Stillness leads to emotional neutrality. The body becomes a signal to the deeper mind. You can let go now. Nothing needs defending. Over time, Practicing apatheia before sleep creates a new relationship between you and your inner world. The unconscious no longer works against you. It becomes a partner in calm. Dreams lose their bite. Thoughts lose their momentum. Reactions lose their grip. You begin to wake with a sense of steadiness that doesn't fade after a few minutes. This is not accidental peace. This is cultivated peace. Apatheia is not about removing feeling. It is about removing unnecessary suffering. It is about creating a mind that no longer startles itself awake with old fears. A mind that no longer reacts to every shadow in the night. A mind that knows how to remain steady even in its most vulnerable state. And from this steady ground, the night opens to an even deeper lesson. One that reshapes not only how you sleep, but how you interpret every moment of your waking life. The steadiness formed through apatheia creates a different kind of night. One where the mind is no longer fighting itself, but listening. And in that listening, something else becomes clear. The night is not empty. It teaches. It speaks in symbols, sensations, images that rise from places your waking mind rarely visits. What most people call dreams are not random stories. They are reflections of beliefs, fears, desires, and old patterns rising in a language deeper than words. The Stoics understood this. They did not treat dreams as supernatural messages or predictions. They treated them as teachers, mirrors that reveal what still needs attention, healing, or reframing. A classroom where the mind shows you what it has not yet processed. When you stop fearing dreams, they become easier to understand. The Stoics believed that dreams are the mind's way of sorting through impressions. Every experience leaves an imprint. During the day, you are too busy to notice most of them. But at night, the unconscious begins clearing its shelves, placing each impression in its proper place. The symbols that appear are not literal, they are emotional. The mind speaks in metaphors because emotions don't use language. A dream of falling may not be about danger, it may be about uncertainty. A dream of being chased may not involve a threat, it may involve something you've been avoiding. The Stoics looked at these images not with fear, but with curiosity. They asked what part of the dream reflected their inner world. Reframing dreams begins with breaking the idea that a dream controls you. A dream is not an omen, it is not punishment, it is not a prediction, it is an expression of your inner state. Once you understand this, the fear surrounding certain dreams dissolves. Seneca wrote that the mind often relives in sleep what it resists in the day. This means a troubling dream is not a sign of weakness. It is evidence that the mind is trying to heal something you've pushed aside. Instead of running from that, the Stoics leaned in with calm observation. They asked themselves what emotional truth the dream was pointing toward. Another part of Stoic dream reframing involves separating the symbol from the story. The story of a dream is rarely the important part. The symbol is. If you dream of losing something, the important part is not the object, but the sensation of loss. If you dream of conflict, the important part is not the characters, but the presence of tension. The Stoics trained themselves to identify the emotional core of a dream and explore that instead of getting lost in the details. This prevents fear from spiraling and gives the mind permission to release the underlying emotion. The Stoics also saw dreams as an opportunity to examine judgments. If a dream makes you feel ashamed, threatened, or unworthy, it often reflects a belief that needs to be questioned. The unconscious mind does not lie. It reflects exactly what you feel, even if you hide those feelings while awake. Stoicism teaches you to meet these hidden beliefs with compassion. If the dream reveals insecurity, you address the insecurity, not the dream. If the dream reveals fear, you soothe the fear, not the images. This approach transforms dreams from frightening experiences into valuable guidance. Another technique the Stoics used was viewing dreams as practice for emotional neutrality. If you can remain calm in the face of a disturbing dream, the unconscious learns resilience. The next time a similar symbol appears, the mind reacts with less panic. Over time, dreams become less chaotic, less threatening, because the emotional charge they once carried no longer has power. This is not denial. It is emotional training at the deepest level, teaching the mind to stay steady even when it creates its own storms. Reframing dreams also means recognizing their creativity. The mind uses the night to reorganize information in ways that daytime logic does not allow. Connections form, insights emerge, solutions appear. The Stoics appreciated this. They believed that dreams could reveal wisdom the conscious mind was too busy to notice. A dream might show you a situation from a different angle or highlight a truth you've been ignoring. When viewed through Stoic symbolism, dreams become a kind of intuitive reasoning, your deeper self communicating through imagery instead of thought. The most powerful part of reframing dreams is removing self-blame. Many people wake from difficult dreams believing something is wrong with them. But a dream is not a judgment. It is a message. It shows you the parts of you that want healing, attention, or release. The Stoics approached dreams without shame because they saw them as natural expressions of the inner world. When you respond with understanding instead of fear, the mind stops twisting dreams into threats. They become softer, clearer, and more informative. The Stoics often ended their dream interpretation with gratitude, not gratitude for the dream itself, especially if it was intense, but gratitude for the insight, gratitude that the mind is processing, organizing, and healing. Gratitude that the deeper layers of the self are doing their work, even when you are asleep. This gratitude transforms how the unconscious communicates. The mind becomes more cooperative, more open, less defensive. Night becomes less of a battleground and more of a collaboration between your conscious and unconscious self. Reframing dreams through Stoic symbolism turns the night into a companion instead of an enemy. It aligns your inner world with clarity instead of chaos. And as this clarity grows, the mind becomes ready for another step, understanding how to release not only thoughts and symbols, but the emotional residues that can follow you into each new morning. The night becomes gentler once dreams stop feeling like threats and begin serving as messengers. When the mind no longer twists symbols into fear, it begins to settle into a deeper calm. But even with this clarity, there is still one more doorway to pass through before true rest arrives: the doorway of the body. The mind may understand peace, but the body often carries the leftover tension of the day. Tight shoulders, shallow breathing, a restless chest, a stomach that hasn't fully released its knots. The Stoics knew that the body is often the last part of us to soften, and they used breathwork as a bridge between thought and tranquility, guiding the mind into states that prepare it for sleep. Stoic breathwork was not elaborate. It did not require special positions, rituals, or techniques meant to impress. It aimed for simplicity, because the simplest methods are the ones the mind accepts easily. The Stoics understood that emotions are deeply tied to the pace and depth of the breath. When the breath is rushed, the mind reads danger. When the breath is shallow, the body prepares for stress. But when the breath becomes slow and steady, the nervous system receives a clear signal. There is nothing to fear here. You are safe. you can rest. The purpose of Stoic breathwork before sleep was to shift the body out of its guarded state. Even if you feel calm mentally, the body may not believe you. It may still be bracing, waiting for the next demand, the next conversation, the next worry. Breathwork teaches the body that the day is over and that it no longer needs to stay on alert. The Stoics recognize that a calm breath is not just relaxation, it is communication. It is the body speaking to the mind and the mind speaking back. One of the core principles they practiced was elongating the exhale. The body associates long exhales with safety because they activate the parasympathetic system, the system responsible for rest. When you slowly release your breath, you mimic the natural state the body enters after fear has passed. This teaches the unconscious that the storm is over. The mind begins to quiet, not through force, but through physiology. The breath becomes the doorway through which calm enters effortlessly. Another part of Stoic breathwork was consistency. Not perfection, not strict timing, just presence. Taking slow, deliberate breaths trains the nervous system to slow down in response. Over time, the body learns that this breathing pattern is a signal for rest. This makes it easier to fall asleep because the body already recognizes the ritual. It does not need explanation. It responds automatically, like a familiar lullaby, guiding you towards stillness. The Stoics also used breathwork to dissolve emotional residue. Every emotion has a corresponding breath pattern. Fear makes the breath sharp. Stress makes it shallow. Sadness slows it but weighs it down. Breathwork interrupts these patterns. It gives the body a new rhythm to follow, one that does not reinforce old emotions. This is why deep breathing can release tears without warning, or soften anger without conscious effort. The breath rearranges the emotional landscape quietly, gently, without analysis. Another benefit of Stoic breathwork is its ability to anchor attention. The mind likes to wander, especially before sleep. But focusing on the breath gives the mind a simple task that draws it away from spiraling thoughts. It provides a stable point for awareness, not to escape thinking, but to redirect it. As the breath slows, thoughts naturally lose momentum. They lose urgency. They lose the weight that keeps you awake. Breathwork becomes a way of guiding the mind into silence without demanding it. Stoic breathwork also helps release tension stored in the body. When tension builds throughout the day, it becomes automatic. Muscles stay contracted even when there is no reason. Slow, steady breathing sends the signal for the muscles to release. This is why the shoulders drop, the jaw softens, the chest opens, and the stomach loosens. The body begins to unwind as if it has been waiting for permission. This physical release creates a mental release. A soft body allows for a soft mind. Another part of the Stoic approach involved pairing breathwork with a quiet inner tone. Not affirmations, not forced positivity, just a calm internal message that everything that needed to be done today is already complete. The breath carries this message deeper than thought alone could. Each inhale becomes a reminder of presence. Each exhale becomes a reminder of release. The mind listens differently when the body speaks first. Over time, Stoic breathwork before bed becomes more than a practice. It becomes a conditioning. The body begins to associate slow breathing with safety, rest, and emotional neutrality. This means the moment you begin the practice, the mind starts to shift towards sleep on its own. You don't have to calm yourself anymore. The breath does the work for you. The body learns to lead the mind into peace. This is the heart of Stoic breathwork. creating a physical environment where rest is not forced but allowed. A state where the mind no longer feels the need to guard the night. A state where sleep becomes not a battle, but a natural consequence of calm. And from this place of physical surrender, the inner world becomes ready to meet another teaching, one that explores how the Stoics released emotional weight through the quiet art of letting go. The breath softens the body until the tension dissolves, and once the body releases its grip, a deeper layer of the self becomes accessible. This is the layer Marcus Aurelius worked with each night, the layer where emotions settle after the day is done. He knew that even when the mind is calm and the breath is steady, some emotions don't leave on their own. They linger as impressions, small echoes that shape tomorrow's reactions if left untouched. His answer to this wasn't force, denial, or suppression. It was writing. Simple, honest notes he wrote to himself at the end of each day. Not to record events, but to decondition the emotions tied to them. What Marcus practiced was not journaling in the modern sense. It wasn't storytelling or memory keeping. His notes were short reflections meant to pull the emotional charge out of experiences. When an emotion is written down clearly, it loses intensity. It becomes an object instead of an internal pressure. This separation is powerful. It teaches the mind to see emotions without becoming them. Marcus understood this deeply. He knew that emotional reactions repeat when they remain unexplored and dissolve when they are made visible. The core of his nightly notes was honesty without dramatization. He did not blame himself, others, or life. He simply acknowledged what stirred inside him. A moment of frustration, a spark of envy, a hint of pride, a feeling of disappointment. He wrote these not to judge himself, but to understand the mind's tendencies. The value was in the clarity, not the perfection. Emotional deconditioning begins with seeing the emotion as it truly is, nothing more than a temporary state, a mood, not an identity. Marcus also used writing to question the validity of his reactions. When he felt irritated, he asked himself why. Was it truly the situation or his expectation of how things should have been? When he felt wounded, he examined whether the wound came from the event or from his interpretation of it. When he felt anxious, he explored what future his mind was trying to control. These quiet questions disarmed the emotion. They removed its sharpness. They revealed the beliefs behind it, and beliefs can be changed. Another purpose of Marcus's notes was to reinforce the kind of person he wanted to be. Not ideals to pressure himself with, but qualities that grounded him. Patience, humility, courage, understanding, compassion. When he wrote these qualities down, he wasn't measuring himself against them. He was reminding his mind what direction to move toward. This gentle reinforcement rewired his emotional patterns over time. Each night became a reset, creating space between who he was today and who he aimed to be tomorrow. Marcus also understood that emotions grow stronger when ignored. The ones you avoid become louder in the night. Writing prevented this build-up. It allowed emotions to flow out instead of accumulate. Even a few sentences could release the pressure stored in the mind. The page became a safe container, a place where emotion could land without harming him. This created emotional resilience. The mind learned that there was always a way to process feelings, even in silence and solitude. Another part of his practice involved reframing. Marcus consistently reminded himself of the larger perspective. If something upset him, he wrote about its smallness compared to the broader nature of life. Not to minimize himself, but to free himself. Most emotional reactions are intense because the mind magnifies them. Reframing shrinks them back to their true size. A setback becomes a moment. A conflict becomes a lesson. A disappointment becomes a shift in expectations. This reframing deconditions the mind from reacting with unnecessary intensity. Marcus also used his notes to separate self-worth from emotion. Feeling anger did not mean he was an angry person. Feeling fear did not mean he was weak. Feeling sadness did not make him broken. He understood that emotions are signals, not identities. By writing them down, he reinforced this truth. When emotions stop defining you, they stop controlling you. They pass through instead of lingering. They appear without destabilizing your inner world. His nightly notes also strengthened emotional memory. The more often the mind experiences calm reflection, the more familiar calm becomes. Over time, the mind associates the end of the day with release rather than tension. Emotional triggers lose their hold because the mind expects gentleness, not chaos. This is how deconditioning works, not through resistance, but through new patterns. The beauty of Marcus's method is its simplicity. A few lines of truth, a few moments of honesty, a few breaths of reflection turned into words. Nothing elaborate, nothing forced. Yet, with each note, he rewired how his mind understood emotion. Instead of reacting impulsively the next day, he responded with thoughtfulness. Instead of letting emotions stack up, he emptied them nightly. Instead of fearing emotional discomfort, he met it with calm clarity. Through this practice, the night became more than rest. It became transformation. It became a space where emotions were softened, reshaped, and released. A space where the mind learned to treat itself with wisdom. A space where tomorrow's peace was built quietly, one note at a time. And once the emotional layers are cleared in this gentle way, the mind becomes ready for yet another shift, one that deepens stillness by dissolving the judgment attached to each passing thought. The mind becomes lighter when emotions are poured onto the page and no longer carried in silence. Marcus Aurelius treated this as nightly cleansing, a way to clear what didn't belong inside him. But even after emotions soften, something more subtle still lingers. The small impressions you never asked for, the ones you didn't choose. These impressions gather through the day without permission. A harsh tone from a stranger, a stressful headline, a tense moment you walked through too quickly, an unsettling expression on someone's face, a stray comment that hit deeper than expected. They slip in quietly, unnoticed, and settle in the corners of the mind. By nightfall, they create a heaviness that isn't yours, yet you feel it as if it were. The Stoics called these unchosen impressions, and they believed that letting them go before sleep was essential. Not because the impressions were dangerous, but because they cloud perception. They distort thoughts. They create emotional noise that has nothing to do with your true state. Most people fall asleep without filtering these impressions, so the mind continues processing them through the night, often turning them into dreams, tension, or restless sleep. The Stoics understood that preparing for sleep required more than calming emotions or steady breathing. It required clearing the mind of everything it picked up unintentionally. Letting go of unchosen impressions begins with understanding that not everything you feel belongs to you. Many reactions arise simply because the mind absorbs energy from the environment. A stressful room leaves a trace. A rushed conversation leaves tension. Even watching someone else's frustration can activate stress in your own body. The Stoics were deeply aware of this. They taught that impressions are automatic, but acceptance is a choice. You cannot prevent the world from imprinting on you, but you can choose what stays. The first step is simple acknowledgement. You notice the subtle tensions that were never yours, the heaviness that entered when someone criticized you unfairly, the unease that followed a chaotic environment, the discomfort left by witnessing conflict. Acknowledgement creates separation. You begin to see that these sensations are visitors, not residents. Once you stop believing they belong to you, they loosen their grip. Another part of releasing unchosen impressions involves questioning their relevance. The Stoics asked whether an impression held any value. Did it teach something? Did it protect them? Did it point to a truth? If not, it was released. Much of what the mind absorbs during the day carries no meaning. It's background noise mistaken for importance. Letting it go prevents the mind from replaying unnecessary scenes during the night. The Stoics also practiced detachment by refusing to merge impressions with identity. Experiencing tension does not mean you are tense. Feeling irritation does not mean you are angry. Carrying stress does not mean you are overwhelmed. These impressions are echoes of the world, not reflections of who you are. When you identify with them, you carry them into sleep. When you separate them, they fade. Sleep becomes easier because the mind is no longer bracing against borrowed emotions. Another technique involves mentally returning impressions to their source. If a co-worker's frustration affected you, you release it back as their frustration. If the chaos of the day unsettled you, you release it as the day's chaos, not your personal turmoil. The Stoics understood that returning impressions to their origin frees inner space. It teaches the mind that it does not have to hold everything it encounters. This is not rejection, it is clarity. You keep what is yours. You let go of what isn't. Letting go also means reducing the mind's tendency to replay impressions as though they were unfinished events. Many people carry these impressions because the mind tries to make sense of them. But understanding is not needed for every sensation. Some impressions simply pass through. The Stoics accepted that not everything requires explanation. Release becomes easier when you stop demanding meaning from every moment. Another important part of this practice is softness toward yourself. Carrying unchosen impressions is not a failure. It is a natural part of being human. The Stoics never condemned themselves for being affected. They simply chose not to stay affected. This compassion removes the shame that often keeps impressions stuck. When you allow the mind to be human, it becomes easier to let go of what burdens it. The body also plays a role in releasing these impressions. Physical tension often holds what the mind has not processed. Slow breathing loosens these knots. Gentle exhalation releases stored fragments of the day. When you relax the body intentionally, the impressions begin to dissolve. The mind follows the body, softening as the muscles soften. This physical release prevents impressions from entering dreams or lingering into the next morning. As these impressions fade, the mind begins to feel lighter, not empty, but clear. The noise you didn't choose no longer interferes with your inner world. You begin to fall asleep without carrying the weight of other people's moods, the chaos of the environment, or the emotional residue of passing moments. This is where the night becomes a sanctuary, a place where the mind rests without interruption, a place where only your true thoughts and feelings remain. And from this clearer state, the Stoics moved into another essential practice, one that strengthened their inner resilience by building rituals of calm that prepared the mind to meet tomorrow with clarity. Night becomes softer once the weight you never chose is released. When those impressions dissolve, the mind stops carrying echoes of the world and begins returning to itself. And in this returning, the Stoics saw something sacred, something far more powerful than rest. They believed the night was not simply a pause between days, but a rebirth, a quiet reset of judgment, a renewal of clarity, a natural moment when the mind could shed the distortions built up through the day and wake with a cleaner understanding of what truly matters. To the Stoics, nighttime wasn't a closing, it was a beginning. The hours of darkness held a unique ability to strip away noise, ego, pressure, and pretense. When the world goes quiet, the mind begins to reveal its true shape. Without distraction, judgment becomes clearer. Without external influence, perception becomes sharper. Sleep is not just recovery, it is purification. The Stoics believed that the mind you wake up with depends on how you meet the night. This belief shaped their entire approach to evening. While most people entered the night passively, simply hoping for rest, Stoics entered it deliberately. They prepared for the night as if preparing for a new chapter of life. Because, in a very real way, they believed they were. Whatever judgment was clouded by emotion during the day could be reset at night. Whatever thinking had been distorted by stress could be clarified. The night was the equalizer, giving every person a chance to begin again internally. The Stoics held that judgment becomes most distorted when the mind is exhausted or overwhelmed. Throughout the day, reactions build. Irritation from one conversation bleeds into the next. Worry from a morning thought colors the evening. Stress accumulates like fog. The night burns this fog away, but only if the mind enters it willingly. If you carry judgment into sleep without reflection, it hardens. But if you release judgment before sleep, it dissolves. The night becomes the womb of clarity. Marcus Aurelius often wrote that judgment is the root of suffering, not events, not circumstances, judgment. A thing is rarely as painful as the opinion you attach to it. The night was his chance to reset those opinions. He used nighttime to review where his judgment had been sharp, where it had been clouded, where it had been unfair. This wasn't self-criticism, it was refinement. The way a craftsman sharpens a blade, the Stoic sharpens perception. They believed that night asked one essential question: what truly matters? And in the quiet, the mind answers honestly. During the day, everything feels urgent. Deadlines, conversations, expectations, and responsibilities all compete for attention. The mind becomes pulled in different directions. But at night, the urgency falls away. What remains is the truth. The truth about what deserves your energy. The truth about what you've been avoiding. The truth about what you've exaggerated. The truth about where you've been wise and where you've been reactive. This is why the Stoics viewed nighttime as rebirth. It strips life back to essentials. It shows you which fears fade when silence comes. It shows you which problems shrink once the mind is still. It shows you which concerns were never real, only noise. This understanding renews judgment. You begin to see with more accuracy, more honesty, more compassion for yourself and others. Nighttime also changes clarity because the body slows. As the body unwinds, the mind loses its momentum. Thoughts stop rushing. Emotions stop amplifying themselves. The slowing of the body creates space in the mind, space where clarity can breathe. The Stoics believed this slowing revealed the difference between instinct and understanding. Instinct reacts. Understanding observes. The night reveals which one guided you during the day. Another reason the Stoics treated the night as rebirth is because sleep resets the brain's chemistry. Long before science explained this, they could feel it. After sleep, anger dissolves, fear weakens, worry loses intensity. The mind wakes with less attachment, less stubbornness, less ego. The Stoics leveraged this natural reset to guide their choices. They refused to make major decisions at night when judgment was clouded. They waited for morning clarity, trusting the night to refine their thinking. But the deepest part of this idea is the belief that every night is a chance to become a better version of yourself, not through pressure, not through guilt, but through awareness. The Stoics understood that no matter how chaotic a day might be, the night can clean the slate. You can release the old judgments. You can soften the harsh thoughts. You can forgive the mistakes. You can let go of the noise. And when you fall asleep with this intention, you don't just rest, you renew. This renewal shifts the entire emotional landscape. The person who wakes up is not the same person who carried the day's burdens. You wake with more steadiness, more clarity, more compassion, more strength. The night gives you back to yourself. The Stoics embraced nighttime because it revealed the truth beneath the surface. In the dark, perception sharpens in ways daylight cannot offer. The stillness becomes a teacher. The quiet becomes a guide. The mind becomes honest. And once this clarity is reborn, another question naturally arises. How do you keep this clarity as you move into tomorrow? The Stoics found their answer in the practice of choosing the first thoughts of the morning with the same intention they brought to the night. The night reshapes judgment, clearing away the distortions that clutter the day. With this clarity comes a new awareness, an awareness of the places where you are still divided inside. The quiet reveals the conflicts that hide beneath habit, the part of you that wants rest, while another part keeps replaying conversations, the part of you that seeks peace, while another part clings to old hurts, the part of you that knows what matters, while another part fears letting go. These internal conflicts often feel small during the day, drowned out by noise, but at night they rise, asking for resolution. The Stoics did not fear this. They understood that unresolved conflict steals sleep, so they developed a way to dissolve these tensions before the night fully begins. Stoic cognitive reframing was their tool, a gentle method for shifting how the mind interprets events so that emotional knots loosen instead of tighten. Reframing does not deny the truth. It removes the distortion around it. It takes a thought tangled with fear, anger, or confusion and separates the feeling from the fact. This gives the mind room to breathe. Most internal conflicts aren't caused by events themselves, but by how the mind interprets them. Stoic reframing changes that interpretation, dissolving the conflict without suppressing emotion. The first step is noticing that internal conflict is often created by unexamined judgments. When something upsets you, the mind instantly assigns meaning. This was disrespectful. This means I'm failing. This can't be fixed. This always happens to me. These judgments feel natural, almost automatic, but automatic does not mean accurate. The Stoics taught that the mind's first interpretation is rarely the clearest. It is colored by fatigue, memory, assumptions, or old fears. Before sleep, they challenged these interpretations, not with aggression, but with curiosity. They asked themselves, is this the only way to view this? This single question loosens rigidity. When there is room for another perspective, the emotion loses intensity. Anger shifts into understanding. Fear softens into caution. Shame becomes a moment of learning rather than a wound. Reframing does not change reality. It changes the lens through which reality is seen. A second part of dissolving internal conflict involves separating what is in your control from what is not. Many conflicts arise because the mind wants to control outcomes that are not its responsibility. Someone else's opinion, a future event, an unpredictable situation. When the mind tries to grip what isn't its own, it creates conflict between desire and reality. The Stoics dissolved this tension by reminding themselves nightly that control is limited. Your behavior is yours. Your intentions are yours. The actions of others are not. When you stop wrestling with what you cannot influence, internal conflict fades naturally. The mind stops operating from resistance and begins operating from acceptance. Another powerful technique involves clarifying motives. Much of inner conflict comes from misunderstanding your own intentions. You might feel guilty for saying no, even though you needed rest. You might feel ashamed for being upset, even though the situation mattered to you. You might feel torn between pleasing others and honoring yourself. The Stoics resolved this by asking, "Why did I act this way?" When the motive is understood, whether it came from fear, care, exhaustion, or protection, the mind stops attacking itself. Internal conflict dissolves when self-understanding replaces self-judgment. Stoic reframing also works by shrinking exaggerated thoughts back to their true size. Anxiety magnifies problems. Reframing restores proportion. Instead of, "This will ruin everything," the Stoics shifted to, "This is only one moment." Instead of, "I can't handle this," they reframed it to, "I can handle what is in front of me right now." Instead of, "Everyone thinks poorly of me," they reframed to, "I do not control what others think, and not all minds judge me." Nighttime is the perfect moment for this, because the silence strips away the exaggerations created by stress. When thoughts shrink to their real scale, the internal conflict they created dissolves. Another part of reframing involves compassion. The Stoics were firm but not harsh. They believed in accountability, not self-punishment. When they examined their reactions, they did so with gentleness. This is a critical difference. Internal conflict grows when you attack yourself. It weakens when you treat yourself with the same patience you would offer a struggling friend. Stoic compassion is grounded, not sentimental. It sounds like, "I could have handled this better, but I was doing the best I could with the tools I had in that moment." This reframing prevents shame from turning into long-term conflict. There is also the reframing of assumptions. The mind often fills in gaps with negativity, assuming someone is upset with you, assuming a mistake defines you, assuming the future will mirror the worst parts of the past. Stoics challenged these assumptions not by replacing them with unrealistic positivity, but by questioning whether they were fact. A thought loses its power the moment it is required to prove itself. Most cannot. The conflict tied to them dissolves. A final part of Stoic reframing is integration. Once the mind sees a clearer perspective, the conflict doesn't just reduce, it transforms. The energy once tied to the conflict becomes available for rest. The mind stops fighting itself. The inner world returns to alignment. This internal alignment is crucial for sleep, because the unconscious mind mirrors the state you fall asleep in. A mind without internal conflict falls into deeper rest. It wakes with steadier emotions, clearer judgment, and less reactivity. Cognitive reframing is not about pretending everything is fine. It is about understanding that most of your suffering comes from the meaning you add, not the moment itself. Before sleep, this understanding becomes medicine, a gentle softening, a quiet dissolving of battles that were never meant to be carried into the night. And as these internal battles fade, the night becomes ready to guide you into the next layer of Stoic wisdom, one that deepens calm, not by correcting thoughts, but by learning to release the fight against them altogether. The mind grows still when internal conflict dissolves, yet even in that stillness, something remains. A faint tension, a quiet gripping, a subtle effort to maintain the version of yourself you present to the world. The role you play, the image you protect, the expectations you try to meet. Even at night, when the world no longer watches, the ego continues to whisper. It tells you who you should be, what you must defend, what you cannot let go of. This whisper keeps you awake more than noise ever could. The Stoics knew that true inner freedom requires stepping out of this identity for a moment, becoming nobody, not as a loss, but as liberation. Becoming nobody does not mean erasing who you are. It means loosening the grip of who you think you must be. Throughout the day, identity becomes armor. You play your roles: worker, parent, friend, partner, protector, achiever. These roles have value, but they collect pressure. They create fear of disappointing others, fear of failure, fear of judgment. When the ego tries to hold everything together, the mind never rests. So, before sleep, the Stoics practiced what many find difficult: letting go of the identity they wore during the day. To become nobody is to release the need to prove anything. When the mind no longer performs for an audience, even an imagined one, it softens. The anxiety tied to self-image loosens. The exhaustion that comes from maintaining appearances fades. In the quiet of night, the Stoics reminded themselves that everything they tried to control, approval, perception, reputation, was never fully theirs to command. The relief that comes from letting this truth sink in is profound. One core idea behind this practice is that ego amplifies suffering. It turns small issues into threats because the ego believes everything reflects on your worth. A disagreement becomes personal. A mistake becomes humiliation. A failure becomes identity. But when you become nobody, the pressure vanishes. The disagreement becomes a moment, not a wound. The mistake becomes data, not self-judgment. Failure becomes an event, not a definition. Nighttime is the perfect moment to release ego, because silence reveals how much of your tension comes from trying to be something specific instead of simply being. Another part of ego dissolution involves acknowledging how temporary everything is. The Stoics often reminded themselves that the world is vast, life is brief, and most things that feel enormous in the moment are small in the scale of existence. This is not meant to diminish your experiences, but to free you from carrying them as burdens. When you view yourself not as a fixed identity, but as a passing moment in time, the ego stops grasping for permanence. The mind relaxes into humility, and humility brings peace. The Stoics practiced this dissolving by shifting perspective. Instead of viewing themselves as the center of events, they stepped outside themselves. They looked at their life from afar, as if they were observing a stranger. This simple shift dismantles ego's grip. Problems shrink, expectations soften, emotions lose their urgency. When you see your own life without the lens of me, you begin to understand that much of your stress comes from over-identifying with your story. Becoming nobody interrupts this pattern. Ego dissolution also quiets the constant need for narrative. The ego always wants to explain why something happened, what it means, how it affects your status. This narrative making creates restless thinking. When you step out of ego, the narrative stops. The mind rests in presence instead of story. The silence becomes deeper. The internal monologue loses momentum. This quiet is not emptiness. It is clarity without commentary. Another important aspect is releasing comparison. The ego thrives on measuring itself against others. Achievements, appearance, progress, success. Comparison fuels insecurity. At night, when the mind is tender, these insecurities grow louder. The Stoics dissolved this by reminding themselves that no two lives are meant to be identical. That comparison is an illusion created by the mind, not a truth of existence. Becoming nobody removes the basis for comparison. You step out of the race entirely. There is nothing to win, nothing to lose, nothing to prove. This practice also involves surrendering the need for control over how others see you. Ego depends on external approval. It clings to reputation. But the Stoics taught that the opinions of others are outside your control. You cannot govern perception. You can only govern character. When you release this burden, even for one night, you remove one of the heaviest weights the mind carries. The night becomes peaceful because you no longer rehearse conversations or explain yourself to imaginary critics. Becoming nobody also reconnects you with what is real. Without ego, the mind returns to its natural state, aware, calm, observant, unburdened. You no longer measure your value by what you did today. You no longer replay moments trying to craft a better version of yourself. You no longer feel the need to defend your choices to your inner critic. This creates a purity of perception the ego can never offer. When you fall asleep in this state, rest becomes deeper. The unconscious mind no longer battles ego's insecurities. Dreams become lighter, thoughts become softer. You wake with a sense of expansion rather than constriction. The day ahead feels less like a performance and more like a continuation of being. Becoming nobody is not disappearing. It is returning to your truest form, the self that exists beneath identity, beneath reputation, beneath expectation. The part of you that simply is. The part that does not need validation to feel real. From this place, the next layer of Stoic wisdom emerges naturally. The practice of observing thoughts without absorbing them, allowing the mind to flow without becoming entangled in its shifting currents. The ego softens when you allow yourself to become nobody, but even in that spaciousness, something remains, a quieter force, subtle yet persistent, shaping your reactions, thoughts and choices without your awareness. It doesn't shout like fear or flare like anger. It whispers, it criticizes, it demands perfection. It pressures you to be more, do more, control more. The Stoics called this the inner tyrant, the hidden voice of ego that governs your inner world with strict rules you never consciously agreed to. And until you learn to recognize this voice, it will keep dictating your emotions long after the day ends. The inner tyrant is not dramatic. It is not loud. It is subtle. It works by turning natural human feelings into harsh judgments. It convinces you that being tired means being weak, that making mistakes means failing, that setting boundaries makes you selfish. It tells you that your worth depends on your usefulness, your image, your productivity, or your ability to please others. This tyrant is not your enemy. It's a survival mechanism gone too far. But the Stoics understood that unless you expose it, it keeps you trapped in cycles of tension, self-doubt, and unnecessary suffering. Stoicism begins dismantling this tyrant by teaching you to observe it, to notice when the mind begins attacking itself, when your inner voice speaks in absolutes, when it uses words like always, never, or should, when it turns challenges into personal failures. The Stoics believed that the moment you observe the inner tyrant, you weaken it. Ego traps rely on invisibility. They lose power when brought into the light. One of the main traps the inner tyrant sets is the illusion of control. It convinces you that you must manage every outcome, anticipate every problem, and prevent every mistake. This creates constant pressure. The Stoics exposed this trap by dividing life into what you can control and what you cannot. The inner tyrant insists you are responsible for everything. Stoicism reminds you that you are responsible only for your actions, not the universe. This simple distinction releases an enormous amount of internal tension. Another trap is the pursuit of perfection. The inner tyrant holds you to standards no human can meet. It compares you to unrealistic ideals, then scolds you for falling short. The Stoics saw perfection as an ego illusion, a moving target that leads only to frustration. They taught that growth, not flawlessness, is the goal. When you embrace progress over perfection, the tyrant's power dissolves. The mind becomes kinder, the night becomes softer. The inner tyrant also thrives on identity. It attaches your worth to roles and accomplishments. If you fail in one area, it tells you that you are a failure. If you struggle, it tells you that you are weak. The Stoics separated identity from behavior. A mistake is a moment, not a definition. A setback is a situation, not a verdict. This separation frees you from ego traps that turn everyday challenges into existential crises. Another subtle trap is emotional suppression. The inner tyrant insists on constant composure, punishing you for feeling sadness, fear, or vulnerability. The Stoics did not support this. They believed emotions are natural impressions, not signs of weakness. What matters is how you respond to emotion, not whether you feel it. By allowing emotion without judgment, you break the tyrant's rule that says certain feelings make you less. Acceptance dissolves shame, and with shame gone, the inner tyrant loses another weapon. The Stoics also exposed the trap of imagined judgment, the belief that others are constantly evaluating you. This belief creates anxiety, hesitation, and overthinking. But Marcus Aurelius wrote repeatedly that other people's opinions live in their minds, not yours. Their thoughts are out of your control, shaped by their own fears and biases. When you stop trying to manage how others see you, the inner tyrant's grip weakens. You stop performing, you start living. Another ego trap lies in catastrophizing. The inner tyrant exaggerates dangers, turning small problems into looming threats. The Stoics countered this by bringing reason to emotion. They asked themselves, what evidence supports this fear? What are the real consequences? How many times have I survived similar situations? This simple questioning shrinks inflated threats back to reality. When fear is no longer amplified, the tyrant loses its authority. The greatest strength of Stoicism in dismantling the inner tyrant lies in its objectivity. Instead of believing every thought, Stoics learned to watch thoughts, to see them rise and fall without becoming entangled. When you watch the inner tyrant instead of obeying it, it loses credibility. The mind begins to trust calm observation more than automatic reactions. This shift opens the door to a level of freedom the tyrant cannot influence. As ego traps dissolve, you begin to feel something rare, inner spaciousness, a sense of being less burdened by expectation, less controlled by mental narratives, less attached to outcomes. This spaciousness is the ground where true stillness can grow, and from this stillness, the mind becomes ready for an even deeper practice, seeing thoughts for what they truly are, brief impressions, not commands, and learning how to let them pass without resistance. The inner tyrant weakens the moment you begin seeing its patterns, but something even more liberating lies just beyond that recognition. A shift so simple yet so transformative that the Stoics treated it as one of the greatest inner freedoms a human being can develop. It is the ability to observe your thoughts without claiming them as yours. To watch them rise, move, and dissolve without believing they define you, control you, or speak any deeper truth about who you are. This subtle shift is where real peace begins, because most suffering does not come from thoughts themselves, but from the belief that every thought deserves your obedience. The Stoics understood that thoughts are automatic. They appear without permission. They arise from memory, environment, emotion, habit, and unconscious patterning. They reflect countless influences, none of which you consciously chose. A single conversation, a minor worry, a random association can spark a chain of thoughts that feel personal. Yet the Stoics recognize that these thoughts are not you. They are impressions, movements in the mind, temporary ripples on the surface of consciousness. When you stop treating them like identity statements, their power dissolves. Observing thoughts without ownership begins with noticing their spontaneity. They arise on their own. You do not choose when a fear appears. You do not schedule a worry. You do not design a memory to pop into your mind at a specific moment. They come uninvited. This simple truth reveals something crucial. If a thought arrives without your intention, how can it possibly define you? The Stoics used this insight to create emotional distance, not avoidance, but clarity. When you observe a thought instead of absorbing it, the emotional charge weakens. A negative thought becomes just a thought. A fearful image becomes just an image. A self-critique becomes just a pattern the mind learned long ago. Without ownership, the thought cannot spiral. It loses momentum. It passes through because you are no longer fueling it with belief. This is why observation is so powerful. It interrupts the cycle of identification that keeps unnecessary suffering alive. Another part of this practice is recognizing that not all thoughts are meaningful. The mind produces mental noise just as the body produces breath. Thoughts appear because that is what the mind does. Some are useful, some are neutral, some are distortions shaped by emotion. The Stoics refused to give weight to every thought simply because it appeared. They filtered thoughts with a simple question: does this deserve my engagement? Most thoughts did not, and by letting them pass, they protected their inner world from unnecessary clutter. This practice also exposes how many thoughts come from conditioning rather than truth. You may think, "I'm not good enough," not because you believe it, but because someone once made you feel that way. You may think, "Everything will go wrong," because fear shaped your reflexes years ago. You may think, "People are judging me," because your mind learned to anticipate danger even when none exists. The Stoics never fought these thoughts. They observed them with calm curiosity, allowing the mind to reveal its patterns. Understanding the origin dissolves the illusion of ownership. You do not have to identify with a pattern you inherited. Observing thoughts without ownership also liberates you from reacting automatically. Normally, a thought triggers emotion, and emotion triggers action. But when you separate yourself from the thought, you create a space between stimulus and response. This space is where freedom grows. You get to choose how to respond, or whether to respond at all. The thought no longer drags you into its story. You become the observer instead of the participant. This shift dramatically reduces anxiety, overthinking, and reactivity. Another powerful aspect of this practice is that it removes shame. When you believe your thoughts are you punish yourself for having them. You feel guilty for intrusive thoughts, frustrated with fearful ones, embarrassed by irrational ones. But when you realize the mind generates thoughts automatically, shame has no place. The thought becomes a passing event, not a reflection of your character. This self-compassion calms the nervous system. It opens the door to deeper rest. The Stoics also used observation to transform their relationship with fear. Fear thrives on ownership. When you believe fear is telling the truth, it grows. But when you watch fear as a passing sensation instead of a command, it weakens. It becomes something happening in the mind, not something happening to you. The difference is subtle, but life-changing. Fear becomes a wave you can ride rather than a storm that consumes you. This practice also creates a profound sense of inner spaciousness. When you observe thoughts instead of fusing with them, the mind becomes less crowded. There is room to breathe, room to rest, room for clarity. This spaciousness is the birthplace of calm. It is not forced, it is not manufactured. It emerges naturally when identification drops. Over time, observing thoughts without ownership creates a new default state. Instead of being dragged by every mental movement, you learn to stay anchored. Thoughts still come, but they pass like birds across the sky, noticed but not clung to. You fall asleep more easily because the mind is no longer insisting on solving every issue or interpreting every thought as urgent. The night becomes quiet. The inner world becomes gentle. This shift is the foundation of emotional freedom. Once you understand that thoughts are not you, the mind becomes a place you can live in, rather than a place you must survive. And from this freedom emerges the next layer of Stoic wisdom, developing a form of judgment so clear and grounded that even the mind's storms cannot shake it. The mind becomes lighter when thoughts lose their claim over you, but the ego still tries to slip through the cracks. Even when you no longer believe every thought, the ego quietly keeps its list of demands, its insistence on being right, being respected, being admired, being understood, being seen a certain way. These demands create pressure that builds throughout the day and often explodes at night when silence makes them louder. The Stoics understood that as long as the ego's expectations remain in control, peace will always feel fragile. Their answer was voluntary humility, a gentle practice of stepping down from the pedestal the ego builds and freeing yourself from the endless need to uphold it. Voluntary humility is not self-deprecation. It is not pretending to be less. It is the conscious choice to stop treating your identity as something that must be defended. It softens the inner posture that says, you must always win, always impress, always appear strong. The Stoics saw humility as strength because it removes the ego's grip on your emotions. When you no longer need to protect an image, the mind relaxes, stress dissolves, internal noise fades. The first part of voluntary humility is recognizing the ego's demands. The ego does not ask politely. It pushes. It insists that you must not be wrong. It insists that others must treat you in a specific way. It insists that your value depends on external validation. These demands create internal conflict because reality does not always cooperate. People misunderstand you, mistakes happen, plans fall apart. When the ego demands perfection from the world, disappointment is guaranteed. Humility dissolves these demands by lowering the stakes. If you do not require the world to bend to your expectations, the world can no longer disturb your peace. Another part of this practice involves letting yourself be human. Ego expects flawlessness. It punishes every mistake, every imperfection, every sign of vulnerability. But humility accepts humanity as it is, imperfect, inconsistent, unpredictable. When you stop needing to appear perfect, you stop fearing failure. When you stop fearing failure, you stop rehearsing conversations, replaying errors, or bracing for criticism. The night becomes a place of rest instead of a courtroom where you defend yourself against your own expectations. Voluntary humility also breaks the ego's habit of comparison. Comparison fuels insecurity. It convinces you that your worth fluctuates based on how you measure up to others. The Stoics rejected this mindset entirely. They believed each person's path is unique, shaped by different strengths, challenges, and experiences. When you release comparison, the ego loses one of its most toxic weapons. You are no longer trying to outrun imagined competitors. You simply walk your path. This dissolves the anxiety that often keeps the mind restless at night. Another element of humility is releasing the need to dominate situations. Ego wants control. It wants conversations to go its way, outcomes to match its desires, and people to understand it perfectly. But the Stoics understood that control is limited. Voluntary humility helps you step back from the illusion that you must orchestrate everything. When you relinquish this burden, you stop fighting battles that were never yours to win. The relief is immediate. The mind stops pulling itself in every direction. You sleep easier because you no longer carry the weight of managing the world. Humility also softens the ego's desire for recognition. The ego craves acknowledgement, praise, and validation. It feels threatened when unnoticed. But the Stoics practiced doing good quietly, without seeking applause. They understood that external validation is unstable, sometimes offered, sometimes withheld, always temporary. By grounding your worth in your character rather than others' reactions, you become less emotionally dependent. You stop replaying interactions, trying to decode what someone thought of you. You stop overthinking how you were perceived. This creates an inner silence the ego cannot disturb. Another powerful aspect of voluntary humility is learning not to take things personally. Ego interprets neutral events as insults. A short response becomes a sign of disrespect. Someone's distraction becomes a judgment of your value. But humility sees beyond the ego's assumptions. It recognizes that others' moods, words, and actions often reflect their own internal struggles, not your worth. When you stop personalizing everything, emotional noise evaporates. The mind becomes spacious again. Voluntary humility also encourages gratitude. When ego loosens, gratitude grows. Not forced gratitude, but a genuine appreciation for simplicity, the comfort of rest, the relief of letting go, the small moments that ego normally overlooks. Gratitude is grounding. It shifts attention away from what ego demands and toward what is already present. This shift quiets the mind before sleep because you are no longer chasing something missing. You are settling into what is enough. Humility even transforms your relationship with fear. Ego fears rejection, judgment, failure, and imperfection. But when you step out of ego, these fears lose their foundation. If you do not need to uphold an image, there is nothing to defend. Fear softens, the body relaxes, the mind stops preparing for imaginary battles. Night becomes peaceful because there is nothing left to protect. Over time, voluntary humility becomes a way of being. You move through life with less friction, less resistance, less internal tension, and when you lie down at night, the ego's demands no longer pull at you. You rest not as a persona, not as a role, not as an identity trying to survive, but as a human being who is allowed to exist without proving anything. This freedom prepares the mind for another layer of Stoic wisdom. Understanding how your thoughts shape your inner interpretations and how clarity grows when you learn to question the stories your mind tells. Humility breaks the ego's grip, but even with the ego softened, two forces still linger at the edges of your mind: praise and criticism. They echo long after the day ends. Words someone said, reactions you received, subtle judgments, moments where you felt lifted or diminished. These impressions cling to the mind with surprising strength. Praise inflates, criticism wounds, and both keep the mind tethered to the world when it should be turning inward for rest. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that peace at night requires indifference, not coldness, but balance. A steady inner ground that does not rise or fall with the world's opinions. Stoic indifference is not emotional numbness. It is freedom from dependency. It is the decision to stop letting your inner state be shaped by external reactions you cannot control. Marcus Aurelius warned himself not to let praise seduce him or criticism disturb him, because both are reflections, not truth. Neither changes your character, neither defines your worth, neither deserves the power to dictate your sleep. The first step in this discipline is seeing how deeply the mind craves affirmation. Praise feels good because the ego feeds on approval, but that pleasure binds you to expectation. If your peace comes from being admired, then your peace is fragile. The Stoics taught that attachment to praise turns you into a prisoner, forever adjusting, performing, explaining, and proving. Before sleep, they reminded themselves that praise is only someone else's momentary impression. It says more about their perspective than your value. When you recognize this, you stop craving praise as if it were oxygen. You rest instead in your own integrity. Criticism works the same way, but cuts deeper. It triggers fear, self-doubt, regret, and rumination. The mind replays the criticism, magnifies it, analyzes it, tries to decode what it means. The Stoics countered this by asking whether the criticism came from someone wise. If not, they dismissed it. If yes, they used it as information, not judgment. Either way, criticism lost its ability to injure the self. Before sleep, they reminded themselves that another person's opinion is not a verdict. It is only an external sound. You choose whether to let it enter. Stoic indifference also involves understanding the fleeting nature of opinion. Praise fades quickly. Criticism fades too. People forget their own words faster than you do, yet the mind holds on to them long after they have lost relevance. The Stoics viewed this as wasted energy. They refused to let temporary reactions shape their inner life. Before sleep, they mentally released every opinion that had touched them during the day. Not because they didn't care, but because they valued their peace more than someone else's passing thought. Another part of this discipline is separating your actions from others' interpretations. You may act with good intention and still be misunderstood. You may speak honestly and still be judged. You may try your best and still receive criticism. The Stoics recognized that you control your effort, not how it is perceived. Indifference means resting confidently in your intention. If your heart was clear, your actions aligned, and your values intact, then the reactions you receive lose their emotional weight. Stoic indifference also protects the mind from rumination. Praise leads to replaying the moment for pleasure. Criticism leads to replaying it for pain. Both create loops that keep you from settling into rest. The Stoics interrupted these loops by returning to what they could control, their character. Character does not change because someone liked or disliked something you did. Character is steady. And when you anchor your identity in character rather than reputation, you fall asleep without the world's noise clinging to you. Another powerful aspect of this discipline is recognizing that people's opinions are shaped by their own inner struggles. Praise often reflects someone's desires, not your greatness. Criticism often reflects someone's pain, not your flaws. When you internalize this, the emotional charge drains away. Opinions lose their sting because you see the humanity behind them. The Stoics understood that indifference is easier when you stop personalizing everything. Before sleep, they practiced a final step, returning to inner alignment. They asked themselves whether their actions today matched their values. If yes, they rested peacefully. If not, they made a plan to do better tomorrow. Either way, opinions became irrelevant. Only character remained. This ritual allowed them to close the day without emotional residue from praise or criticism. It acted as a filter, letting only what truly mattered stay in the mind. Over time, this discipline creates emotional stability. You become less reactive, less dependent, less shaken by external validation. Praise becomes pleasant, but not defining. Criticism becomes instructive, but not wounding. The world stops having the power to elevate or destroy your inner peace. And when you lie down at night, the mind is no longer pulled in different directions by the echoes of other people's voices. You fall asleep as yourself, not as a reflection of what others saw or failed to see. And from this centered place, the mind becomes ready for another Stoic principle that deepens rest even further. The practice of removing all unnecessary interpretations and returning to the truth of what is, rather than what the mind imagines. The mind grows steadier when you release the pull of praise and criticism, but deeper beneath those voices lives another source of noise, quieter, older, and more persistent. It is the identity narrative, the ongoing story you tell yourself about who you are, who you must be, what you should achieve, and how your life is supposed to unfold. This narrative runs constantly in the background. It shapes your reactions, your fears, your expectations, your regrets. It comments on everything. It creates pressure where none is needed. And at night, when the world becomes quiet, this story becomes louder than ever. The Stoics saw the identity narrative as one of the greatest obstacles to inner peace. Not because identity is bad, but because the story surrounding it becomes rigid. You feel you must act a certain way to match who you think you are. You feel you must meet expectations tied to that identity. You fear anything that threatens your role, your image, or your sense of self. This creates mental noise, anxiety about the future, regret about the past, tension about decisions, fear of failure, self-criticism for not living up to imagined standards. Quieting this narrative does not mean losing yourself. It means loosening the story so you can breathe. The Stoics began dissolving the narrative by questioning its origins. Most of your identity story did not begin with you. It was shaped by parents, culture, past experiences, old fears, and the roles you learned to play. You may believe you must always be strong because you were praised for it as a child. You may believe you must never disappoint anyone because you were punished for mistakes. You may believe your worth comes from achievement because the world reinforced it. When you see that the narrative was inherited, not chosen, it begins to loosen. You realize you do not have to keep repeating a story that was written for you. The Stoics also quieted the identity narrative by focusing on the present moment rather than the self-image they carried. Most noise comes from imagining future versions of yourself, versions you fear becoming or hope to become. These images create pressure. They pull your mind forward in time, demanding performance and perfection. But Stoicism teaches that your true self exists only in the present action, not in imagined futures. When you return to what is happening now, the narrative weakens because it can only survive in memory and projection, not in actual experience. Another part of quieting identity is separating the self from roles. During the day, you play many roles: worker, parent, partner, friend, problem solver, helper, achiever. These roles shape your behavior, but they are not who you are. The Stoics reminded themselves nightly, "I am not my role. I am the one who chooses how to act within it." This distinction removes pressure. You no longer fear failing the role because the role is external. Your character is internal. When the roles fall away at night, the person beneath them can finally breathe. The identity narrative also fuels mental noise by exaggerating consequences. If you believe your worth depends on success, every mistake feels catastrophic. If you believe you must always be kind, every moment of irritation feels like a moral failure. If you believe you must always be strong, every moment of vulnerability feels like collapse. The Stoics countered this by shrinking consequences back to reality. One mistake does not define a life. One bad moment does not erase your character. One failure does not destroy your future. This reframing silences the narrative of doom that identity often creates. Another Stoic method is recognizing that identity is fluid. You are not the same person you were 5 years ago. You will not be the same person 5 years from now. Yet the identity narrative pretends you are fixed, unchanging, inflexible, trapped in one story. Quieting the narrative means accepting growth as natural. When you embrace your ability to evolve, the pressure to maintain a rigid identity dissolves. The Stoics also encouraged humility as a way to quiet identity. When you stop needing to be extraordinary, perfect, or impressive, the narrative weakens. You no longer chase an inflated version of yourself. You allow yourself to be human. This removes the constant performance that fuels mental noise. The quieter your expectations of yourself become, the quieter your mind becomes. Another technique involves noticing how identity reacts emotionally. When you feel defensive, threatened, ashamed, or insecure, it is usually the identity narrative trying to protect itself. The Stoics trained themselves to notice these reactions and then question them. Which part of me feels threatened? Which story is this emotion trying to defend? Once you see the story, the emotion softens. The narrative loses its authority. The most powerful part of quieting the identity narrative is understanding that you are not the story. You are the awareness that sees the story. You are the one watching the thoughts, not the thoughts themselves. You are the presence behind every emotion, not the emotion. When you relax into this awareness, The narrative becomes faint. It loses the ability to dominate your mind because you see it as a mental pattern, not as truth. When the identity narrative quiets, the mind becomes spacious. The tension around who you should be dissolves. The pressure to maintain an image fades. You fall asleep, not as a character trapped in a story, but as consciousness resting in itself, simple, unburdened, and free. And from this clarity, the Stoics turned their attention to the next form of inner noise, the subtle emotional distortions that arise before we even notice them, and how changing perception can dissolve them before they take hold. As the identity narrative softens and you no longer cling to the story of who you think you must be, another layer of truth rises, one that hides beneath your choices, reactions, and emotional patterns. These are your attachments, quiet, deeply rooted, and often invisible. They shape what you fear, what you chase, what you avoid, and what keeps you awake at night. You may not see these attachments during the day because the noise of life distracts you, but at night, when the roles fade and the world steps back, your attachments reveal themselves in subtle ways: a lingering worry, a tightness in the chest, a resistance to letting go, a craving for certainty, a fear of losing something or someone. The Stoics developed a powerful practice for uncovering these hidden attachments: the evening inventory. Not a judgment, not a list of failures, but a gentle review of the inner world. A way of noticing which parts of you were pulled, provoked, or unsettled. A way of tracing every emotional thread back to its root. Because behind every persistent thought lies an attachment. Behind every overreaction lies an attachment. Behind every fear lies something you believe you cannot live without. And the Stoics understood that true freedom comes from seeing these attachments clearly, not suppressing them, but understanding them. The evening inventory begins with quiet observation. You look back on the day without dramatizing it. Where did you feel tension? Where did you feel relief? Where did your emotions spike? Each of these moments carries a clue. If someone's opinion bothered you more than it should have, there is an attachment to approval. If uncertainty caused anxiety, there is an attachment to control. If someone's behavior hurt you deeply, there may be an attachment to how they should act. These attachments are not flaws, they are inherited beliefs the mind clings to for safety. Inventory simply reveals them. The Stoics believed that the mind cannot release what it refuses to see. Hidden attachments continue shaping your life until they are uncovered. Evening inventory brings them into the light. It slows your thoughts long enough for patterns to emerge. Over time, you begin to notice that the same situations create the same emotions. Not because the situations are powerful, but because your attachments are. When the attachment is identified, the emotional reaction loses strength. You no longer mistake the emotion for truth. You see it as a signal. Another part of the Stoic inventory involves asking gentle questions, not aggressive interrogation, but honest curiosity. Why did this moment bother me? What fear was activated? What belief was threatened? What expectation went unmet? Each question pulls you deeper without overwhelming you. This is how the Stoics dissolved emotional confusion, by uncovering the belief underneath the reaction. Once the belief is visible, it becomes possible to reshape it. The Stoics also used inventory to reveal where their sense of worth was tied too tightly. The ego attaches itself to identities, achievements, relationships, and possessions. When any of these feel threatened, emotional turbulence follows. By reviewing these moments at night, Stoics learned where they had placed too much value, not to remove these things, but to hold them with more balance. When you see that your worth does not depend on anything external, the attachment begins to loosen naturally. Another aspect of evening inventory is recognizing attachments that masquerade as virtues. Attachment to being helpful, attachment to being strong, attachment to being reliable. These qualities are good, but the attachment behind them can create exhaustion. If you feel obligated to always be the responsible one, the mind suffers. If you feel compelled to always be calm, the mind suppresses emotion. The Stoics exposed these hidden attachments by asking whether the behavior came from freedom or fear. If fear is the driver, the attachment needs attention. Inventory also reveals attachments to old wounds. Sometimes you're not attached to a person or outcome, you're attached to a story about the past. A moment you can't let go of, a hurt you keep revisiting, a disappointment that shaped your beliefs. Revisiting these with awareness, not rumination, shows the mind that the past no longer needs to control the present. When you see the attachment, you stop feeding it. The emotional pull weakens. The Stoics treated this process with compassion. They did not judge themselves for having attachments. Attachments are human. What matters is awareness. Inventory becomes a way of caring for the inner world, identifying the places where you hold on too tightly and offering them space to relax. It is gentler than any form of self-improvement because it begins with acceptance. This is where I cling. This is what I fear losing. This is what I long for. And in accepting these truths, the mind softens. The most transformative part of evening inventory is that it prepares you for the next day with a clearer heart. When hidden attachments are revealed, they lose their unconscious control. You stop reacting blindly. You stop taking things personally. You stop gripping outcomes. You move through life with more ease. Sleep becomes deeper because the mind is not trying to protect what you have not acknowledged. Rest becomes safe. Over time, evening inventory becomes a form of inner honesty, a gentle clearing that reconnects you with yourself. It breaks the cycle of letting unexamined fears dictate your emotions. And from this clarity emerges the next Stoic teaching, one that helps you strengthen your perception so deeply that even life's unpredictable moments lose their power to disturb your inner world. As hidden attachments come into view and loosen their grip, a quieter strength begins to form. You start to see your inner world with more honesty, and that clarity opens the door to one of the most valuable Stoic teachings, emotional neutrality. Not coldness, not suppression, but the ability to stay steady when life becomes turbulent, to remain centered when circumstances spin, to respond with clarity instead of being pulled by impulse. This discipline becomes essential at night because unresolved emotions from the day often follow you into sleep, and unless the mind learns neutrality, turbulence continues long after the world goes quiet. Emotional neutrality does not mean you feel nothing. The Stoics felt deeply. They simply refused to be ruled by those feelings. They distinguished between emotion and reaction, between feeling and identity. They allowed emotion to rise, but they did not let it steer the mind. This balance is what protected them during chaos, internally and externally. They understood that neutrality creates space. Space to think, space to breathe, space to choose. And this space is what allows the mind to rest. The first part of emotional neutrality is recognizing that emotions are natural responses, not commands. A wave of fear doesn't require panic. A spark of anger doesn't require aggression. A moment of sadness doesn't require collapse. Emotions exist to communicate, not control. The Stoics saw them as signals, a form of internal information. When you treat emotions as information rather than threats, neutrality becomes possible. You watch the emotion, acknowledge its presence, and respond from clarity rather than instinct. The next part of the discipline is grounding yourself in what is true right now. Turbulent times generate mental stories. This will get worse. I can't handle this. Everything is collapsing. These stories multiply the emotional intensity. The Stoics countered this by returning to the immediate moment, not the imagined future, not the exaggerated fear, not the echo of old wounds, just the present. When you anchor yourself in what is real right now, the emotional storm loses its power. The mind stops spiraling because it no longer feeds on imagined outcomes. Another aspect of neutrality involves choosing your interpretation. Two people can experience the same event and feel completely different emotions because their interpretations differ. The Stoics understood that emotion is shaped by perspective. If you interpret an event as catastrophic, your body reacts with alarm. If you interpret it as manageable, your body stays calm. Neutrality is not the absence of emotion, it is the absence of unnecessary interpretation. At night, this practice prevents the mind from replaying the day with added drama. You see what happened, not the story you built around it. Emotional neutrality also requires distinguishing what is yours from what is not. Turbulent times often involve other people's emotions, anger, fear, disappointment, pressure. These emotions spill into your space. Without neutrality, you absorb them. But the Stoics practiced a clear boundary. You can care without carrying. You can understand without absorbing. You can empathize without losing your center. When you release responsibility for emotions that belong to others, neutrality becomes natural. The mind becomes lighter and sleep comes easier. Another part of the discipline is slowing down your reactions. Turbulence creates urgency. The mind wants to react immediately, to fix, to confront, to retreat, to defend. But urgency is often a product of anxiety, not necessity. The Stoics practiced deliberate slowing, a breath before speaking, a pause before judging, a moment of stillness before deciding. This slowing prevents emotional escalation. It gives your rational mind time to step in, softening reactivity and allowing neutrality to form. Neutrality also grows when you allow emotions to pass without trying to control them. Many people suffer not from the emotion itself, but from resisting the emotion. Fear becomes bigger when you refuse to feel fear. Sadness becomes heavier when you try to suppress it. The Stoics allowed emotions to move through them like weather, temporary, shifting, harmless when not fought. This acceptance reduces emotional turbulence. The mind stops gripping the feeling and begins to release it instead. Another essential part of neutrality is aligning with values rather than mood. Turbulent times stir emotions that tempt you to act out of fear or anger. But the Stoics stayed anchored by values: wisdom, patience, courage, fairness. Acting from values creates steadiness. It prevents emotional impulses from steering your life. When you end your day knowing you acted from integrity rather than emotion, the mind rests more peacefully. Stoic neutrality also includes humility, acknowledging that you cannot see the full picture. Turbulent moments often feel final, decisive, overwhelming. But the Stoics reminded themselves that time clarifies everything. What feels catastrophic today may reveal itself as insignificant or even beneficial later. This reminder softens emotional intensity. It prevents the mind from labeling moments too quickly. When you stop declaring events as disasters, you stop feeding the turbulence. The deepest part of emotional neutrality lies in recognizing that turbulence is temporary. Every storm in the mind eventually passes. Every wave eventually breaks. The Stoics trusted this rhythm. This trust created inner calm even when circumstances were chaotic. Before sleep, reminding yourself that emotions rise and fall naturally allows you to surrender the day without clinging to its intensity. You stop trying to solve turbulence and start allowing it to settle. Over time, emotional neutrality becomes a quiet strength, a shield that does not harden you but steadies you. It protects your peace. It protects your sleep. And from this steady inner ground, the Stoics move toward an even deeper practice, withdrawing from emotional reactivity before it even begins, through the subtle art of micro-withdrawals, the next layer of mental stillness. Emotional neutrality creates a foundation of steadiness, but even with this strength, emotions still rise quickly, sometimes faster than you can process them. A sharp tone, an unexpected setback, a moment of misunderstanding. The emotional surge can be immediate, automatic, almost reflexive. The Stoics understood that once an emotion fully takes hold, it becomes harder to redirect. So they developed a subtle skill that protected their clarity, the practice of micro-withdrawals. Small, quiet steps back from emotion before it claims control. Tiny pauses that prevent the mind from being swept into reactions it will later regret. This practice is powerful at night because the mind often revisits emotionally charged moments when everything else is silent. A micro-withdrawal is not avoidance. It is not denial. It is the conscious choice to step back internally the moment an emotion begins to rise. This pause creates a gap between feeling and reaction. In that gap, the emotion loses momentum. The mind regains control. You see the situation through a wider lens instead of the narrow tunnel that emotion creates. These micro-moments are barely noticeable on the outside, but inside they change everything. The Stoics recognized that emotions start as impressions, quick flashes of interpretation triggered by a situation. These impressions are not the problem. The problem is what comes next, unconscious agreement. The mind feels something and immediately believes the feeling is truth. A micro-withdrawal interrupts that agreement. When you feel the first spark of irritation, confusion, fear, or sadness, you take one breath of distance. You let the impression appear without letting it define reality. This alone prevents emotional takeover. The beauty of micro-withdrawals is that they are small enough to use anywhere, during a conversation, in a stressful moment, in the middle of a chaotic day, or while lying awake, replaying something that startled your emotions. They do not require preparation. They do not require long pauses. They are brief mental steps back that allow your thinking mind to come online before the emotional mind takes charge. One part of the practice involves shifting attention from the emotion to the observation of the emotion. Instead of "I am angry," you shift to "anger is rising." Instead of "I am overwhelmed," you shift to "overwhelm is appearing." This subtle language change creates psychological distance. The emotion becomes something happening in you, not something you are. Distance reduces intensity. It weakens the emotion's pull. It turns a reaction into an experience. Another element of micro-withdrawal is dropping the need to respond immediately. Emotional surges create urgency, the sense that you must react, clarify, defend, correct, or act right now. But urgency is rarely accurate. It is an illusion created by emotion. By withdrawing even for a moment, you break that illusion. You give yourself permission to wait. In that waiting, the emotion loses its grip. You see more clearly. You choose more wisely. The Stoics relied on this tiny pause as a safeguard against impulsive decisions. Micro-withdrawals also involve checking the body before the mind reacts. Emotions often appear physically first: a tightening in the chest, a shift in breathing, a sudden tension in the shoulders. Paying attention to these physical cues gives you a moment to intervene before the mind follows the body's lead. When you feel the tension, you soften it. When the breath shortens, you lengthen it. When the body braces, you release it. These tiny adjustments prevent emotional escalation. They send a message to the mind that there is no threat here. Another aspect of micro-withdrawals is detaching from the story the emotion tries to create. Emotions always come with narratives. They disrespected me. This will go wrong. I can't handle this. These interpretations strengthen the emotion, but if you withdraw before accepting the story dissolves. Instead of being swept into the narrative, you see it forming and gently step aside. This stops the emotion from spiraling into overthinking or self-criticism, especially at night when the mind is more vulnerable. Micro-withdrawals also reveal the gap between perception and truth. Emotion reacts to the first impression, not the full picture. By stepping back, you allow time for accuracy to return. You realize that the tone you heard might not have been directed at you. The situation may not be as serious as it felt, and the problem may not be personal at all. This clarity prevents unnecessary suffering. The Stoics believed that every micro-withdrawal strengthened inner discipline. Each time you catch an emotion early, you reinforce a new pattern in the brain. Over time, the mind learns to step back automatically. Emotions still arise, but they don't control you. You respond with awareness instead of instinct. The space between feeling and reaction becomes wider, and in that space, peace grows. This practice becomes especially powerful before sleep. When the mind begins revisiting moments from the day, micro-withdrawal prevents emotional reactivation. You step back from the memory. You refuse to judge it again. You allow it to fade instead of replaying it. This saves you from countless hours of nighttime rumination. Eventually, micro-withdrawals reshape how you move through life. You become less reactive, less easily shaken, less pulled by emotional storms. You regain control of your inner world in moments that used to overwhelm you. And from this centered place, the Stoics move toward yet another refinement, transforming overthinking into clear, simple observation, so the mind becomes a place of stillness rather than a source of noise. Over time, those small steps back from emotion begin to create a new rhythm in the mind, a rhythm where reactions no longer run ahead of awareness. But even with this steadiness, another challenge often rises, especially at night: overthinking. It starts quietly, then multiplies. A single thought becomes a chain. A minor worry becomes a scenario. A small memory becomes a full internal debate. Overthinking grips the mind tightly, not because the thoughts are meaningful, but because the mind is searching for control in situations where control does not exist. The Stoics understood this deeply, and their antidote was one of their most famous principles: the dichotomy of control. This principle is simple but transformative. Some things are within your control and some are not. Everything you think about falls into one of these two categories. Overthinking happens when the mind tries to control what it cannot. Observation begins when the mind recognizes the difference. The Stoics did not use the dichotomy of control as a slogan, but as a nightly discipline. Before rest, they separated their concerns into two columns: what belonged to them and what belonged to the world. They used this separation to shift from overthinking to clear observation. Instead of wrestling with thoughts, they stepped back and saw their nature. The first part of the transformation is noticing when the mind is trying to fix the unfixable. The past, the thoughts of others, the outcomes of tomorrow, the reactions of strangers, the twists of fate. None of these are yours. When your mind tries to solve them, it spirals. Overthinking expands, fear grows, sleep retreats. But when you look at these worries and calmly say, "This is not mine to control," something loosens. The mind stops gripping what it cannot influence. A wave of relief moves through you, subtle but unmistakable. The second part involves identifying what is yours: your choices, your character, your effort, your attitude, your response. These are the only places where your influence is real. When you shift your focus here, thinking becomes purposeful instead of obsessive. Thought becomes action-oriented rather than anxiety-driven. In this way, observing your thoughts becomes easier. They have direction, not chaos. Transforming overthinking into observation also requires letting go of the illusion that thinking more will produce clarity. The Stoics knew that clarity does not come from mental force. It comes from stillness. When you detach from the need to control outcomes, you allow the mind to see clearly. You stop spinning in circles and begin noticing what is actually happening. This shift turns thinking from a frantic search into a gentle awareness. Another part of this practice is recognizing that thoughts about what you cannot control are not problems. They are signals. A worry about tomorrow reveals a desire for certainty. A replay of a conversation reveals a desire for acceptance. A mental rehearsal reveals a desire for safety. When you observe these signals without trying to resolve them, the emotional charge fades. Overthinking softens into understanding. You stop arguing with your thoughts and begin listening to what they are pointing toward. The Stoics also used the dichotomy of control to simplify the mind. Overthinking loves complexity. It builds layers, scenarios, alternatives. Observation cuts through this complexity by asking a simple question: is this within my control? If the answer is yes, take a step. If the answer is no, take a breath. This question brings immediate clarity. The mind stops wandering into imagined futures and returns to the present. Overthinking collapses. Awareness expands. Another element of observation involves slowing down the pace of thought. Overthinking accelerates. It jumps rapidly from one point to another. Observation slows the mind. The Stoics practice this by focusing on the present action, the breath, the body, the immediate moment. Not to escape thought, but to anchor it. When the mind is anchored, thoughts lose their frantic quality. They pass more lightly, more quietly, without entangling you. The dichotomy of control also teaches emotional humility. When something is outside your control, the Stoics believed the proper response is acceptance, not resignation, but wisdom. Acceptance softens the internal fight. It allows the mind to release the need to manage the uncontrollable. This release is one of the most peaceful feelings a person can experience, especially before sleep. It turns the night into a refuge rather than a continuation of the day's battles. Another important part of transforming overthinking into observation is trusting that life unfolds without your constant supervision. The mind overthinks because it fears loss, chaos, or failure. But the Stoics cultivated trust, not in outcomes, but in their ability to respond to whatever comes. This trust dissolves the need to predict every possibility. You stop rehearsing the future and start participating in the present. Eventually, the mind begins to shift naturally. Overthinking becomes less habitual. You start noticing thoughts the moment they appear instead of being swept away by them. You see them as passing impressions rather than commands. You become more of a witness than a participant. This witness perspective quiets the mind because it removes the urgency that fuels overthinking. At night, this transformation is especially powerful. Instead of spiraling through countless mental pathways, you look at your thoughts with calm clarity. This is mine. This is not mine. And in that simple distinction, the mind softens. The noise fades. Sleep becomes possible again. From this clarity grows the next Stoic lesson, one that teaches you to step even deeper into equanimity by shrinking unnecessary internal noise and seeing events as they truly are, neutral, until your mind gives them meaning. As the mind learns to separate what it can control from what it cannot, fear begins to lose its strongest grip. But even with this clarity, fear sometimes returns at night, quiet, persistent, and sharp. Not because danger is present, but because the mind drifts into what-if worlds. You lie down, the lights go out, and suddenly your mind imagines losing something, failing at something, being unprepared, being overwhelmed, or facing a future you don't feel ready for. This is fear-induced insomnia, sleeplessness built not on reality, but on possibility. The Stoics knew this pattern well, and instead of avoiding those fears, they met them with a surprising tool: negative visualization. To many, negative visualization sounds like inviting fear, but the Stoics understood its real purpose. It is not pessimism. It is not dwelling on disaster. It is controlled, intentional imagination designed to weaken fear's emotional charge. Fear thrives in uncertainty. It grows when your mind refuses to look at what scares you. But when you turn toward the fear with clarity, the unknown becomes known. The imagined threat becomes manageable. The mind stops running because it no longer needs to. Negative visualization works by facing, in a calm and deliberate way, the things your mind secretly worries about. The point is not to feel panic. It is to see reality without exaggeration. When fear is seen clearly, it shrinks. When fear is avoided, it expands. This technique helps the mind stop spinning because it gives fear nowhere to hide. The first part of Stoic negative visualization is acknowledging the fear without resisting it. A fear that is buried becomes heavier at night. The mind whispers about loss, change, or uncertainty, but you try not to think about it. The Stoics did the opposite. They allowed the fear to come forward, not to suffer through it, but to examine it. When you let the fear appear, you take back control. You see what your mind has been trying to protect you from, and once it is seen, it becomes less threatening. The next part is imagining the feared scenario, not as a catastrophe, but as a possibility you could handle. Fear loves to exaggerate. It paints worst-case scenarios in dramatic, overwhelming terms. Negative visualization counters this by calmly breaking the fear into something realistic and survivable. If the mind fears failure, you picture it, not as the end of your life, but as an experience you could learn from. If the mind fears loss, you acknowledge it, not with despair, but with the understanding that you have survived so much already. If the mind fears change, you look at it, not as chaos, but as evolution. The Stoics used this practice to show the mind that life continues, even in difficulty. That fear is often bigger than the situation, that you are stronger than the emotion suggests. This clarity removes the intensity that keeps fear alive at night. Another part of negative visualization involves imagining your response, not the event, but your capability. Fear-induced insomnia often comes from doubting your ability to handle what life brings. The Stoics refocused on their strength, not the threat. They asked themselves, if this were to happen, how would I respond? What tools would I use? What virtues would guide me? This shift gives the mind confidence. Fear becomes smaller because your ability becomes clearer. You stop rehearsing disaster and start recognizing resilience. Negative visualization also creates gratitude. When you imagine losing something, health, stability, comfort, relationships, it softens your grip on fear and deepens appreciation for what you have. This gratitude calms the mind. It shifts focus from fear of loss to appreciation of presence. Gratitude and fear cannot occupy the same mental space. The Stoics used this to their advantage. The more grateful they felt, the less fear controlled them. Another benefit of this practice is that it grounds you in reality. Fear thrives in fantasy. It creates imaginary futures and then convinces you they are certain. Negative visualization interrupts this by forcing the fear into clarity. You see what you fear, you break it down, you explore it, and in doing so, you discover that reality is often far gentler than imagination. This brings the mind back into balance. Stoics also used negative visualization to detach from attachment. Fear often arises because the mind clings tightly to things it believes it cannot live without. By briefly imagining life without them, not in despair, but in acceptance, the mind learns flexibility. You stop clinging so tightly. The attachment loosens. When the attachment loosens, the fear tied to it weakens. This practice is especially powerful before sleep. When you take a moment to face your fears rather than suppress them, you prevent them from surfacing uncontrollably during the night. The mind stops scanning for danger because you've already shown it there is nothing to hide from. Sleep becomes deeper because the nervous system is no longer bracing for imaginary threats. Negative visualization is not about causing fear, it is about dissolving it. You show the mind that even the things you fear most are survivable. You teach yourself that strength is already inside you. You remove uncertainty, which removes fear's fuel, and this clarity creates a powerful emotional release, a quiet sense of relief that settles into the body and prepares it for rest. Once fear is defanged through this practice, the Stoics moved into another teaching: how to stop letting emotions control your nights by learning to see them as passing sensations rather than personal truths. Fear softens once you face it directly, yet even when fear loses its sharp edges, emotions still rise and fall throughout the day, and often surge again in the quiet of night. You feel sadness, frustration, loneliness, irritation, or heaviness, and before you even realize it, the mind begins attaching these feelings to who you are. I am anxious. I am angry. I am broken. I am failing. These identity statements tighten the emotional experience, turning passing moods into personal truths. The Stoics saw this as one of the most harmful errors of the mind, not the emotion itself, but the belief that emotion equals identity. Their answer was simple, freeing, and deeply compassionate. See emotions as weather. Weather does not define the sky. It moves through. It changes. It shifts without warning. It comes and goes regardless of desire. The Stoics taught that emotions follow the same pattern: natural, temporary, and impersonal. When you start viewing emotions as weather patterns rather than identity statements, everything changes. The mind relaxes. The emotional storm loses its power. You stop fighting yourself. You stop fearing your own inner world. The first part of this shift is realizing that emotions arise without your permission. You do not schedule sadness. You do not request irritation. You do not invite anxiety. These emotional patterns appear based on biology, memory, environment, hormones, and countless influences outside your control. How can something that arises without your choosing define who you are? The Stoics asked this question often. It helped them see that emotions are events, not self-portraits. Once you recognize this, you begin to create space between yourself and what you feel. A moment of sadness becomes, sadness is present, not, I am sad. A moment of anxiety becomes, anxiety is moving through, not, I am an anxious person. This shift may seem small, but it breaks the identity link. It changes your relationship with emotion. Instead of wrestling with the feeling, you observe it. You give it room without letting it take over. The Stoics also noticed that emotions pass more quickly when you stop trying to control them. Weather gets worse when you fight it. You suffer more because you resist what is happening. Emotion works the same way. When you resist sadness, it becomes heavier. When you resist anger, it becomes sharper. When you resist fear, it becomes larger. Stoics practiced acceptance, not surrender, not collapse, but gentle acknowledgement. This is here. It will pass. Acceptance removes the tension that keeps emotions stuck. Another important part of this practice is realizing that emotional storms do not mean something is wrong with you. They simply mean you are human. The Stoics believe that emotions are part of nature, and nature does nothing in error. If a storm appears in the sky, you don't assume the sky is broken. Likewise, if a storm appears in your heart, it does not mean you are broken. It means your inner weather is shifting. Just like the sky, you remain whole beneath the clouds. The Stoics also trained themselves to look at the function of each emotion instead of labeling it as good or bad. Fear often signals caution. Anger might signal a boundary. Sadness might signal loss or longing. These signals do not define identity. They simply reveal where attention is needed. When you see emotion this way, its intensity decreases. It becomes information rather than a verdict. The mind stops spiraling because the feeling is no longer viewed as a threat. Another Stoic insight is that emotions do not last unless you fuel them with stories. An emotion without a story fades quickly, just like a passing cloud. But when you attach narrative, I shouldn't feel this. This always happens. It must mean something about me. The emotion grows heavier. To see emotions as weather, you must drop the narrative and stay with the sensation itself. The body tightens, the chest warms, the breath shortens. These are temporary sensations, not identity markers. When you experience emotion at the level of sensation, not story, it moves through more naturally. The Stoics also practiced observing emotions without judgment. Judgment locks emotion in place. If you judge yourself for feeling anxious, the anxiety intensifies. If you judge yourself for feeling sad, the sadness deepens. Neutral observation. This is what my inner weather looks like right now, breaks this cycle. Judgment dissolves. The emotion loses its edges. The mind softens around it. Seeing emotions as weather also means allowing multiple emotional states without needing to fix them. The Stoics understood that sometimes the fastest way to peace is to stop trying to force peace. Letting sadness be sadness. Letting restlessness be restlessness. Letting confusion be confusion. When you stop fighting the emotional storm, you stop adding wind to it. The mind becomes gentler. The body relaxes. Sleep becomes possible. Perhaps the most freeing part of this practice is that it helps you rediscover your stable core. Underneath every emotional storm is the same unchanging awareness, the part of you that watches thoughts, observes feelings, and remains untouched by both. The Stoics anchored themselves in this inner witness. When you see your emotions from the vantage point of awareness, they lose the ability to define you. You become the sky, not the storm. And once the mind learns to let emotions pass through without identifying with them, you're ready for another Stoic lesson, one that shows how to interrupt emotional storms even earlier, by catching reactive thoughts before they sweep you into their current. When you begin seeing emotions as weather, temporary, shifting, and never a definition of who you are, you gain a powerful kind of inner freedom. But even with this freedom, the mind still has one more habit that can disturb your nights: its ability to spiral. A single thought becomes 10. A worry becomes a chain of imagined disasters. A memory becomes a full emotional replay. These spirals happen quickly, often without your awareness, and once they gain momentum, it feels almost impossible to stop them. The Stoics understood this pattern long before psychology had a name for it, and they developed techniques to interrupt these spirals, not after they take over, but in the very moment they begin, in the split second between thought and cascade. Interrupting cognitive spirals. Mid-thought does not require force. It requires recognition. The Stoics taught that spirals start with an impression, a single idea or concern that the mind interprets as meaningful. The moment you attach to that first impression, the spiral begins. One anxious thought calls another. One fear brings a companion. One self-criticism invites 5 more. The key is to catch the impression before it multiplies. The first Stoic method is simple naming. When you notice your mind beginning to follow a thread of worry, you gently label it. This is a spiral beginning. The act of naming pulls you out of identification. It disrupts the pattern. Instead of merging with the thought, you become the observer. This instantly slows the momentum. A spiral cannot continue at full speed when the mind steps back to watch it. Another Stoic technique involves narrowing focus. Spirals grow when your attention expands into imagined futures or elaborate scenarios. The Stoics responded by pulling attention back to the immediate moment. They focused on a physical sensation, the breath, the feeling of the body on the bed, the weight of the blanket. Not to escape the thought, but to interrupt the chain reaction. Attention is the fuel that keeps spirals alive. Withdraw attention, and the spiral dissolves. The Stoics also used questioning to halt spirals. A spiral thrives on unchallenged assumptions. Something bad will happen. I won't handle this. This means something terrible. Instead of accepting these assumptions, the Stoics would quietly ask, "Is this true right now?" The question is powerful because spirals depend on imagined realities, not present ones. The moment you return to what is real, the imagined future loses credibility. The spiral weakens, the mind reclaims control. Another key Stoic method is shortening the thought. Spirals grow because the mind elaborates on the initial idea. It adds layers, interpretations, predictions. The Stoics countered this by reducing the thought to its simplest form. If the thought is "everything will go wrong," the Stoic reduces it to "I am experiencing a worry." This reduction removes the drama. It strips the thought of emotional exaggeration. Once simplified, the thought loses its ability to escalate. The Stoics also practiced something deeply effective: replacing speculation with action. Spirals often form around problems the mind is not currently solving. Instead of getting lost in possibilities, the Stoics identified the next concrete step, no matter how small. What can I do in this moment? If action was possible, they took it. If action was not possible, they consciously released the thought as irrelevant to the present. This cuts the spiral in half by grounding it in practicality. Another technique involved changing the mental frame. Spirals often begin because the mind frames a situation negatively. The Stoics reframed by shifting perspective. This is a challenge, not a disaster. This is discomfort, not danger. This is uncertainty, not failure. Reframing does not erase difficulty, it dismantles distortion. The moment distortion falls away, the spiral collapses because it no longer has emotional intensity to feed on. The Stoics also used compassion to interrupt spirals. Spirals often grow because inner harshness fuels them. Why am I like this? Why can't I stop thinking? What's wrong with me? These judgments accelerate the spiral. Stoic compassion gently interrupts it. The mind is overwhelmed. It needs care, not punishment. This soft inner tone reduces resistance. Resistance strengthens spirals. Compassion breaks them. Another important Stoic technique is the cutting point, choosing a moment when you stop engaging with the thought entirely. Marcus Aurelius would consciously say to himself, "This is enough," not in frustration, but in clarity. It was a signal to step away from the thought stream. Once this boundary is set, the mind accepts that it is no longer useful to continue. The spiral dissolves because its invitation is declined. Finally, one of the most powerful Stoic methods is returning to breath, not as escape, but as reset. Spirals accelerate the breath. The breath accelerates the mind. When you slow the breath intentionally, you interrupt the cycle physiologically. The body tells the mind there is no threat. The mind gradually follows. Within moments, the spiral loses momentum. Interrupting spirals mid-thought is not about stopping thinking. It is about preventing unnecessary suffering. When you apply these methods, thinking becomes lighter. Thoughts pass through without entangling you. The mind becomes a place of observation rather than chaos. And once spirals lose their power, you are ready for another Stoic mastery, shrinking the mind's exaggerated interpretations and returning events to their true size, so anxiety no longer distorts reality. When you learn to interrupt spirals before they gain speed, the mind becomes clearer and less reactive. But even with spirals weakened, another pattern still feeds anxiety, one that Epictetus identified with striking accuracy. He called it the problem of phantoms. These are not real threats, not real events, not real crises, but imagined ones. Shadows mistaken for substance, possibilities mistaken for inevitabilities. Epictetus saw that much of human anxiety comes not from what is happening, but from what the mind fears could happen. The mind reacts to these phantoms as if they were real, creating stress, tension, and insomnia over problems that exist only in imagination. Epictetus's concept of phantom problems is simple but life-changing. The majority of your fears are not rooted in reality. They are rooted in assumption, projection, and mental stories that have not come true. The moment you see this clearly, anxiety begins to lose its authority. A phantom problem begins quietly, a single thought. What if something goes wrong? What if they misunderstood me? What if this gets worse? What if I can't handle tomorrow? The mind treats these possibilities as warnings, but Epictetus taught that treating uncertainty as danger creates unnecessary suffering. He urged his students to ask one essential question: is this actually happening right now? If the answer is no, the problem is a phantom, an illusion created by fear. This is not denial, it is clarity, and clarity is what silences anxiety. The first step in using Epictetus's method is recognizing when the mind is projecting into the future. Anxiety thrives on imagination. It builds whole scenarios out of a single spark. A message goes unanswered, and the mind invents conflict. A plan is uncertain, and the mind imagines failure. A symptom appears, and the mind jumps to disaster. These are phantom problems. They feel vivid, but they have no physical form. When you catch yourself imagining rather than observing, you've already identified a phantom. The next step is questioning the validity of the fear. Instead of assuming the worst-case scenario is truth, Epictetus encouraged rational inspection. What evidence do I actually have? What is the reality right now? What part of this fear is imagination? These questions snap the mind out of its trance. A phantom cannot survive scrutiny. The moment you shine the light of reason on it, it dissolves. Another part of Epictetus's method is separating emotion from fact. Phantom problems grow when you treat emotion as reality. If you feel anxious, the mind concludes that danger must be present. But Epictetus explained that emotion is a reaction, not a verdict. An anxious feeling does not confirm a threat. A nervous stomach does not indicate disaster. A racing heart is not a prophecy. When you see emotion as a signal, not evidence, the phantom loses its foundation. Epictetus also taught the importance of shifting your focus to what you can control. Phantom problems always involve things outside your influence. Other people's choices, future events, outcomes shaped by countless variables. The Stoic response is not to fight these thoughts, but to redirect attention to your own actions, values, and response. This shift shrinks the phantom down to its true size. The mind stops feeding the fear because you're focusing on what is real and actionable. Another powerful technique is bringing yourself back to the present moment, not through force, but through grounding. Phantom problems live in imagined futures. The present moment rarely contains the fear itself. When you return to your breath, your body, the room around you, the fear has nothing to anchor itself to. It drifts away like mist. Epictetus believed that presence is one of the most effective tools for dissolving phantoms, because anxiety cannot survive in reality. It survives only in imagination. Epictetus also encouraged acknowledging uncertainty instead of resisting it. Fear grows when the mind demands certainty in an uncertain world. Phantom problems often arise because the mind cannot predict what comes next. The Stoics taught that uncertainty is natural. Accepting it removes resistance. When you stop fearing uncertainty, you stop producing phantoms. Anxiety quiets because you're no longer trying to control the uncontrollable. This practice is especially powerful before sleep. Phantom problems tend to surface at night because the mind is no longer distracted. In darkness, imagination gains strength. But if you identify a phantom thought and name it, "This is not happening right now," the fear loses substance. The nervous system calms. The mind no longer prepares for non-existent threats. Sleep becomes a place of safety again. The final part of Epictetus's teaching is trust. Trust in your own ability to handle reality, not imagination. Phantom problems assume you will collapse under difficulty. But Epictetus reminded his students that real challenges are met with real strength. Imagined challenges only drain you. When you trust yourself instead of your fears, phantom problems evaporate. Over time, this method transforms anxiety itself. You stop reacting to illusions. You stop wasting energy on imagined futures. You stop being pulled by mental shadows. You learn to live in clarity, not distortion. And once phantom problems no longer dominate your nights, the mind is ready for another Stoic principle, using voluntary discomfort to strengthen resilience and break the cycle of fear even further. Once you learn to expose phantom problems for what they are, shadows mistaken for threats, your anxiety loses one of its strongest sources of fuel. But the Stoics went even further. They understood that fear and worry do not disappear simply because you recognize illusions. Sometimes the mind continues to imagine difficulty because it secretly doubts your ability to handle it. Worry grows when you fear that discomfort will overwhelm you. So the Stoics practice something powerful, almost counterintuitive: voluntary discomfort. A deliberate step into controlled difficulty, not to suffer, but to strengthen themselves against the fear of suffering. Voluntary discomfort was not self-punishment. It was the art of proving to the mind that you can endure more than you think. It was training the nervous system to stop panicking at the idea of challenge. When you willingly step into small discomforts during the day, worry has nothing to cling to at night. The mind stops imagining catastrophe because it has evidence of your resilience. It stops fearing hardship because you've shown it you can handle hardship. It stops bracing for the worst because the worst is no longer an unknown. The first principle behind voluntary discomfort is this: the mind fears what it has not experienced. Unfamiliar difficulty looks enormous. But once the mind touches even a small version of discomfort, cold, hunger, silence, boredom, physical strain, the unknown becomes known. The fear shrinks. You build confidence not through imagining strength, but through experiencing it, even briefly. The Stoics practice this in simple ways: taking a cold walk instead of seeking warmth, eating a simpler meal instead of indulging, sitting in silence instead of reaching for distraction, choosing a slight inconvenience instead of constant comfort. These moments were small, but they trained the mind to stop fearing discomfort. When the mind no longer fears discomfort, worry loses one of its core foundations. Another part of voluntary discomfort is proving to yourself that you can remain calm in adversity. Most people believe they will collapse in difficulty because they are protected by constant ease. But the Stoics saw comfort as something that weakens resilience when overused. Too much softness makes the mind sensitive to minor problems. Too much ease makes the mind terrified of anything unfamiliar. By intentionally stepping outside comfort, even in small ways, you show yourself that you can stay steady even when conditions change. This practice does not make you harsh, it makes you flexible. Worry often comes from imagining that you won't cope. Voluntary discomfort shows the opposite. It demonstrates capability. The mind stops catastrophizing because it has real-world evidence that you are adaptable. Voluntary discomfort also helps rewrite emotional memory. The body stores experiences. When you face discomfort by choice, the body learns that discomfort is not danger, it is simply sensation. This reduces emotional overreaction in real challenges. You stop treating every inconvenience like a threat. You stop bracing for impact over small uncertainties. The nervous system becomes less reactive, less sensitive, less prone to panic. Another powerful effect is that voluntary discomfort reduces attachment. Much of worry comes from clinging to comfort, stability, reputation, routine, or safety. When you willingly give up comfort, even temporarily, you loosen these attachments. The mind becomes less afraid of loss because it no longer believes comfort is necessary for survival. This loosening creates enormous freedom. You no longer fear losing something you have learned you can live without. The Stoics also used voluntary discomfort to strengthen gratitude. When you step into slight hardship, a cold shower, a simple meal, you rediscover appreciation for what you already have. Gratitude softens worry because worry cannot coexist with appreciation. Gratitude reminds the mind that life is already full. Worry insists that something is missing. Voluntary discomfort shifts the balance toward contentment, which naturally quiets anxiety. Another important aspect is that voluntary discomfort teaches emotional steadiness. When you willingly face discomfort, your mind stops reacting intensely to small stresses. You develop a baseline of calm. Challenges feel less dramatic. Problems feel less threatening. You become harder to shake because your nervous system has learned that discomfort is survivable. Nighttime worry fades because your body no longer believes that difficulty equals danger. The Stoics also believed that voluntary discomfort trains courage. Courage is not the absence of fear, it is the decision to act despite fear. When you face discomfort voluntarily, you practice this decision. You rehearse bravery in small ways, and these small rehearsals accumulate into real confidence. This confidence directly undermines worry. Anxiety loses its fuel when courage grows. This practice has a powerful nighttime effect. Many people lie awake worrying because they fear they won't handle tomorrow's challenges. But when you've practiced small acts of discomfort, the mind no longer doubts your resilience. It trusts you. It relaxes. It stops imagining collapse because it has seen your strength firsthand. Sleep becomes easier because the mind stops preparing for imaginary danger. Over time, voluntary discomfort changes your relationship with life itself. You stop fearing unpredictability. You stop craving constant comfort. You stop believing challenges will break you. You become emotionally sturdier, mentally calmer, and physically more grounded. Worry no longer dominates your nights because your mind no longer needs to run drills for situations you have already learned to handle. And from this foundation of strength, the Stoics moved into another powerful teaching, learning to shrink problems to their real size, so the mind stops turning small challenges into heavy burdens. Strength grows when you willingly face discomfort. But even as resilience builds, the mind can still fall into another trap: distortion. The mind takes a small concern and inflates it. It takes a neutral comment and twists it. It takes a temporary setback and paints it as permanent. These distortions feed unnecessary suffering, especially at night when there is silence and space for fear to grow. The Stoics understood that much of emotional pain comes not from reality itself, but from the mind's misinterpretation of reality. Their solution was deceptively simple, but deeply effective: name the distortion. To the Stoics, a distortion was a misalignment between perception and truth, a bend in the mind's lens. When you name the distortion, you expose the bend. When you expose the bend, it loses its ability to distort. Naming is clarity. Clarity is freedom. The first step in this practice is noticing the moment a thought feels heavier than it should, a thought that tightens your breath, a thought that spins, a thought that grows larger than the situation deserves. Stoics understood this feeling as a signal that your perception has shifted from neutral observation to distorted interpretation. When you feel this shift, you pause and name it: catastrophizing, mind reading, exaggerating, personalizing. These simple labels interrupt the emotional charge. They pull you out of the story and into awareness. The Stoics didn't use modern psychological terms, but they understood these distortions intimately. When Marcus Aurelius caught himself assuming the worst, he would label it imagining the future. When he noticed himself interpreting someone's behavior as hostile, he would label it guessing motives. When he began to take something personally, he would label it ego response. Naming the distortion allowed him to return to clarity. One common distortion the Stoics confronted was catastrophizing, assuming the worst-case scenario without evidence. This distortion feeds anxiety like dry grass feeds a flame. The Stoics countered it by naming it directly. This is my mind exaggerating danger. Once named, the fear shrank because the mind was no longer fooled into believing its own projection. Another distortion is personalization, interpreting events as personal attacks. If someone is quiet or distracted, the mind may assume rejection or disapproval. The Stoics named this distortion projection, understanding that another person's behavior usually reflects their internal world, not yours. Naming this breaks the emotional link. The tension dissolves. Mind reading is another distortion the Stoics disarmed. The mind creates stories about what others think. They must be disappointed. They're judging me. They think I failed. The Stoics named this for what it was: speculation. Speculation is not truth. Once labeled, the story collapses. You return to reality instead of imagination. The Stoics also identified permanence distortion, believing that a difficult moment will last forever, or that a temporary setback defines your future. They countered it by naming it temporal distortion. The act of naming reminds the mind that everything is temporary, nothing holds forever. Not joy, not pain, not uncertainty. Naming this truth softens the emotional impact of challenging moments. Another distortion they fought was amplification, magnifying flaws, mistakes, or problems until they overshadow everything else. Stoics labeled this disproportion. When they noticed their mind fixating on one error or worry, they acknowledged that perception had become uneven. This awareness restored balance. A small problem remained small. The power of naming distortions lies in its ability to separate you from the distortion itself. Without naming, you merge with the thought. You believe it. You react to it. You suffer from it. With naming, You create a witnessing perspective. You see the thought rather than becoming the thought. This shift weakens emotional intensity instantly. Another benefit is that naming the distortion allows the rational mind to re-enter. When emotion is high, clarity lowers. Naming lowers the emotion enough for reason to return. Once reason returns, distortion cannot survive. It relies on emotional fog. Clear sight dissolves it. This practice is especially useful at night. Nighttime magnifies distortions. The mind becomes louder in the dark. Small concerns transform into looming fears. Minor mistakes feel catastrophic. The absence of distraction gives distortions room to grow. Naming breaks the spell. When you notice your mind drifting into fear, you name the distortion. The fear loses shape. The thought loses weight. Sleep becomes possible. Over time, the consistent practice of naming distortions trains your mind to recognize them earlier. The moment distortion appears, clarity follows. You interrupt spirals before they begin. You stop reacting to illusions. You stay centered. The Stoics believed that naming distortions is one of the most powerful forms of self-mastery because it unravels unnecessary suffering. When you name the distortion, you remove its mask. What once felt terrifying becomes manageable. What once felt overwhelming becomes clear. What once felt personal becomes neutral. This clarity prepares you for the next Stoic insight, one that teaches you how to free yourself even more deeply by withdrawing from the illusion that every thought or emotion demands action and learning instead to rest in the calmness beneath them. Even when distortions are exposed and lose their grip, another force still disrupts inner calm, quieter, yet powerful enough to hijack the mind at any moment. It is the illusion of urgency. The brain loves to convince you that everything must be solved right now. Every discomfort needs an answer. Every worry needs attention. Every uncertainty requires immediate clarity. This urgency is not real, but it feels real. It speeds the heart. It tightens the breath. It pulls the mind out of peace and into a frantic search for resolution. The Stoics understood that this illusion is one of the most dangerous traps of the mind, especially at night, when silence amplifies every unfinished thought. Their solution was to break urgency at its root, by seeing it as illusion, not instinct. The mind creates urgency because it evolved to keep you safe. In ancient times, hesitation could cost a life, so the brain learned to react quickly. But in modern life, most situations are not threats. Yet the mind still treats discomfort as danger. A delayed message becomes a crisis. A disagreement becomes a threat. A mistake becomes a disaster. The Stoics recognized this pattern long before neuroscience existed. Urgency is an inherited reflex, not an accurate assessment. The first step to breaking urgency is recognizing when it appears. It has a specific feeling: tight, rushed, pressured, restless. You sense a push to act, to fix, to resolve. But when you pause and listen closely, you realize there is no real deadline. Nothing is actually required in that moment. The Stoics trained themselves to notice this gap between perception and reality. The emotional tension feels urgent, but the situation rarely is. Once you see urgency for what it is, a reflex, you weaken its hold. The Stoics often said, "Delay the reaction and the urgency dies." Urgency depends on immediacy. The moment you insert a pause, even a small one, the illusion collapses. A single breath, a single step back, a moment of stillness. These tiny interruptions break the chain that urgency relies on. The body relaxes, the mind settles, the situation shrinks to its real size. Another Stoic method is asking, what actually needs to be done right now? Urgency thrives on vague pressure. But when you ask this question, you separate what is imagined from what is real. Most often, the answer is nothing. Nothing needs to be done at this very moment. The problem is mental, not practical. The mind is demanding resolution where none is required. This insight dissolves urgency instantly. The Stoics also leaned on the truth that very few things in life require immediate emotional response. Many of the things the mind treats as crises can wait. Conversations can wait. Decisions can wait. Interpretation can wait. Nighttime especially is not the moment for deep thinking or problem solving. The Stoics reminded themselves that the mind sees things differently in the light of day. Clarity grows with rest. So why rush to solve at night what will look simpler in the morning? Another technique they used was widening perspective. Urgency narrows the mind. It zooms in on one problem until it consumes everything. The Stoics widened the frame. They reminded themselves of scale, how small one issue is compared to the whole of life, how minor a worry is compared to the weight the mind gives it. When you widen perspective, the urgency shrinks. You remember that life is long and this moment is small. Stoics also understood that urgency often reflects emotional discomfort, not actual necessity. When the mind feels unsettled, it seeks control. Urgency is its attempt to regain balance. But the Stoics learned to soothe the discomfort instead of obeying the urgency. They practiced calm breathing, stillness, gentle reflection, interrupting the mind's demand for action with practices that restore internal safety. When the body relaxes, the illusion of urgency collapses. Another important aspect is withdrawing from imagined futures. Urgency often arises because the mind leaps ahead. If I don't fix this now, something bad will happen. But this is speculation, not truth. Stoics pulled themselves back to what is real in the present. The moment you stop feeding future-based fear, urgency dissolves. The mind stops trying to outrun imagined outcomes. Stoics also practiced emotional humility, the willingness to accept that clarity doesn't come faster when forced. Urgency tells you that thinking harder will produce answers, but the Stoics understood that insight comes from calm, not pressure. By letting go of the need to solve immediately, they created the mental space needed for true understanding to arise naturally. One of the most transformative Stoic strategies was this: you have permission to wait. This simple truth disarms urgency. Few things truly require an instant reaction. When you give yourself the permission to delay action, the nervous system calms. You stop rushing towards solutions. You stop fighting your thoughts. You stop believing that peace must wait until everything is resolved. This shifts you from frantic doing to steady being. Breaking the brain's illusion of urgency is especially powerful at night. Once urgency dissolves, the mind stops racing through imagined problems. The body stops bracing. Sleep becomes gentler because you are no longer treating the night as an emergency room for unresolved thoughts. And with urgency exposed as illusion, the Stoics turned their attention to the next layer of clarity, understanding how perspective changes everything by purifying your perception of events before they have a chance to disturb your inner world. Once the illusion of urgency fades, the mind becomes quieter, but not entirely still. Even without rushing, the mind continues to shape reality through the stories it attaches to events. A neutral moment becomes emotional. A simple comment becomes an insult. A small inconvenience becomes a sign that everything is falling apart. The Stoics understood that most suffering does not arise from what happens, but from the meaning the mind adds. They called this perception pollution, the mental debris that clings to reality and distorts it. Their answer was perception purification, removing the add-ons so you can see events clearly without emotional fog. Perception. Purification begins with a simple but powerful truth. Reality is neutral until the mind defines it. A tone of voice has no meaning until you interpret it. A delay has no emotional charge until you assign one. A mistake is only a mistake until you turn it into a reflection of your worth. The Stoics trained themselves to strip away these add-ons. They practiced seeing events in their raw, uncolored form. This clarity prevented unnecessary suffering from taking root. The first part of perception purification is identifying when the mind is adding something that wasn't there. You notice when you're attaching intention to someone's actions without evidence. You notice when you're imagining motives or predicting outcomes. These add-ons happen fast, so fast that you often believe your interpretation is reality. The Stoics interrupted this by pausing and asking, "What are the facts, and what did my mind add?" This question alone can dissolve half of your distress. Another Stoic technique is separating sensation from story. A tightening in the stomach is just a tightening, but the mind adds, "Something is wrong." A pause in conversation is just silence, but the mind adds, "They're upset with me." When you remove the story, the sensation loses its emotional weight. The moment becomes tolerable. The mind becomes calmer. This separation protects you from spiraling into interpretations that were never true. The Stoics also emphasized simplicity. They believed that the simplest explanation is often the most accurate. Not because life is simple, but because the mind complicates things unnecessarily. When someone is short with you, the add-on might be, "They don't respect me." But the simpler truth could be, "They're tired. They're distracted. They're dealing with their own burdens." When you choose simplicity, the heaviness disappears. The heart softens. You stop taking everything personally. Another part of purification is recognizing how judgment amplifies suffering. The mind labels events as horrible, unfair, or impossible, and the label becomes the suffering. Marcus Aurelius said, "Remove the judgment and the wound heals itself." When you catch yourself assigning harsh labels, you gently remove them. The event stays the same, but the emotional reaction changes. The mind stops fighting reality and begins observing it. The Stoics also understood that perception becomes distorted when filtered through past wounds. Old experiences shape how you interpret new ones. If you were criticized harshly in the past, even mild feedback feels threatening. If you were abandoned, distance feels personal. If you were betrayed, uncertainty feels dangerous. Perception. Purification involves acknowledging these filters without letting them dictate your interpretation. You say, "This reminds me of the past," but it is not the past. That single acknowledgement brings clarity. The present stops carrying old emotional weight. Another aspect is resisting the urge to fill in missing information. The mind hates uncertainty. It fills gaps with fear. The Stoics recognized this as imagination disguised as fact. When you don't know something, instead of assuming the worst, you accept the unknown as unknown. This stops the mind from constructing entire narratives out of fragments. Clarity grows because you're no longer treating speculation as truth. The Stoics also practiced reframing perception by asking, "What else could this mean?" This question opens the mind. It prevents collapse into a single, distorted interpretation. It introduces possibilities that soften distress. A challenge could mean growth, a delay could mean redirection, a closed door could mean protection. This expanded perception makes events feel less threatening and more manageable. One of the deepest parts of perception purification is recognizing that your first interpretation is rarely the cleanest. The mind reacts before it reflects. Emotion colors perception. By pausing and allowing the first reaction to settle, the truth becomes clearer. A few seconds of stillness purifies perception more effectively than hours of rumination. You see the situation as it is, not as the emotional mind initially painted it. This practice is especially powerful at night. When the day ends, the mind reviews events, and every add-on creates noise. But when you purify perception before sleep, the mind no longer carries exaggerated meanings or imagined threats. You rest with reality, not distortion. You sleep without mental clutter. The night becomes a reset instead of a replay. Over time, purification gives you a kind of emotional immunity. Events no longer control you. Interpretations no longer overwhelm you. You begin to see the world with clarity, simplicity, and steadiness. And from this purity arises the next Stoic lesson, learning how pruning unnecessary thoughts allows the mind to return to its natural state of calm, even in a chaotic world. When you cleanse your perception of the mind's unnecessary add-ons, something remarkable happens. You begin to see how much mental activity was never needed in the first place. All the assumptions, judgments, interpretations, and imagined meanings that once felt important start to look like clutter. Subtle, constant, exhausting clutter. The Stoics understood that the mind becomes overloaded, not because life is overwhelming, but because false judgments accumulate like debris. Their answer was cognitive economy, the discipline of pruning thoughts that drain energy, distort clarity, or have no grounding in truth. Cognitive economy is not about thinking less for the sake of simplicity. It is about thinking cleanly. It is about recognizing that the mind wastes enormous energy on judgments that serve no purpose. And it is about learning to let those judgments go before they harden into emotion or anxiety. The Stoics knew that peace does not come from controlling everything. It comes from removing the mental noise that never belonged. The first principle of cognitive economy is recognizing that most judgments are reflexes, not reasoned conclusions. You judge yourself, others, and events automatically. A delay means disrespect. A mistake means failure. A challenge means danger. These judgments appear before you consciously think. The Stoics taught that these reflexive labels create unnecessary suffering. The moment you catch a judgment forming, you pause, you name it, and you prune it. This is a judgment, not a fact. That small statement cuts the mental clutter at the root. Another part of cognitive economy involves questioning the usefulness of a judgment. The Stoics constantly asked themselves, does this thought help me act with wisdom or courage? If the answer was no, the thought was discarded, not suppressed, released. If a judgment did not lead to clarity, action, or virtue, it was simply unnecessary. This practice trained their minds to conserve energy for what truly mattered. Before sleep, this pruning becomes essential. False judgments often fuel nighttime worry. By removing them, the mind stops replaying and starts relaxing. The Stoics also learned to prune judgments by seeking the simplest interpretation. Complexity breeds clutter. If someone acted coldly, the complex judgment might be, "They don't like me, they're annoyed, I must have done something wrong." But the simplest interpretation might be, "They're having a difficult day." The simplest interpretation often carries the least emotional weight and the most clarity. Pruning the complicated story keeps the mind light. Another powerful Stoic technique is refusing to judge incomplete information. The mind rushes to form conclusions without knowing the full picture, but premature judgments drain emotional energy. The Stoics countered this by saying, "I do not know yet." Those 4 words protect the mind from creating stories that do nothing but stir anxiety. When you accept the unknown without judgment, mental clutter dissolves. Cognitive economy also requires pruning judgments about the past. Regret, guilt, and self-criticism often come from harsh interpretations of past events. But the Stoics taught that judging the past is wasteful. You cannot change what has already happened. You can only learn from it. Any judgment that does not lead to growth is discarded. This frees the mind from carrying yesterday's emotional residue into the night. Another important part of cognitive economy is letting go of imagined evaluations from others. Many judgments you carry are based on what you think others think of you. The Stoics considered this one of the largest sources of mental clutter. You prune it by reminding yourself, "Their judgments are not my responsibility." This removes an entire category of unnecessary thought. Your inner world becomes lighter instantly. The Stoics also pruned internal judgments about how things should be. Should statements create resistance? Resistance creates suffering. When you insist that life, people, or yourself should behave a certain way, you drain energy fighting what already is. The Stoics replaced should with reality. This is how it is. How can I respond wisely? When you let go of rigid expectations, judgments lose their grip. The mind becomes flexible, spacious, and calm. One of the most transformative aspects of cognitive economy is the discipline of evaluating thoughts based on truth, not emotion. Emotions often shape judgments, but emotions are temporary. Truth is stable. The Stoics separated the two. A feeling of fear does not make something dangerous. A feeling of insecurity does not make you inadequate. A feeling of tension does not mean you are failing. By pruning judgments that arose purely from emotion, they preserved clarity. This pruning is especially important at night. The mind is tired, emotions are amplified, judgments multiply. But with cognitive economy, you identify false judgments early. This thought exaggerates. This thought predicts. This thought assumes. Each label is a cut, and each cut reduces the mental clutter that once prevented sleep. Another Stoic insight is that pruning false judgments frees energy for genuine clarity. When the mind is cluttered, even simple decisions feel overwhelming. But when clutter is removed, wisdom emerges naturally. You see what matters. You stop reacting to illusions. You start responding to truth. Over time, this practice reshapes your inner world. You become less reactive because there are fewer distorted judgments fueling emotion. You become less anxious because the mind stops producing unnecessary stories. You become more peaceful because you carry only what is real, not everything your mind imagines. Cognitive economy does not make life smaller. It makes the mind cleaner. And from this clarity comes another Stoic insight: the ability to strengthen inner calm through deliberate mental discipline, training the mind the way one trains a muscle. so clarity becomes your default rather than an occasional state. As you prune false judgments and remove the clutter your mind once carried without question, you begin to feel lighter, mentally, emotionally, and even physically. But clarity, the Stoics taught, is not a single achievement. It is a strength, a discipline, a muscle that grows through repeated use. They understood that the mind, much like the body, becomes stronger through intentional training. They called this kind of training mental weightlifting, not in those literal words, but in practice and philosophy. It was the deliberate strengthening of attention, resilience, and calm, so the mind is no longer overwhelmed by noise. Cognitive noise doesn't disappear on its own. It returns when the mind weakens. It grows when you're tired, stressed, or unfocused. The Stoics knew this, so they trained themselves daily to build mental endurance. Just as lifting weights increases physical capacity, engaging with small mental challenges increases cognitive strength. Each practice session reinforces the mind's ability to remain centered even when life becomes chaotic. Over time, the mind becomes less reactive, less distracted, less overwhelmed. It becomes sturdier, not through force, but through disciplined repetition. The first form of Stoic mental weightlifting is strengthening attention. Noise thrives when attention wanders. A distracted mind becomes vulnerable to spirals, distortions, and illusions of urgency. The Stoics practiced returning their attention to the present moment again and again, even when it drifted, not with frustration, but with discipline. Each return was a rep. Each return taught the mind that wandering is temporary, but focus is chosen. This repeated training builds mental strength, making you less vulnerable to intrusive thoughts at night. Another form of training involves strengthening your tolerance for discomfort, not through dramatic hardship, but through small, controlled challenges. The Stoics exposed themselves to mild difficulties deliberately: a simpler meal, a colder environment, a shorter comfort, a pause before indulging an impulse. These were not punishments, they were exercises. Each act taught the mind that it can remain steady even when comfort is removed. This prevents the brain from panicking at the slightest discomfort later. Mental weightlifting strengthens emotional endurance. The Stoics also trained themselves to pause before reacting, even in minor moments. A delayed reply, a rude comment, a sudden inconvenience. These moments were opportunities to strengthen patience, clarity, and self-control. Instead of reacting immediately, they inserted a small gap, a moment of awareness. That pause is a mental rep. Over time, these pauses accumulate, building immense inner stability. The mind learns that it does not need to rush. It does not need to defend. It does not need to obey every emotion. This training keeps the mind steady at night because the habit of pausing becomes second nature. Another aspect of mental weightlifting involves challenging automatic thoughts, not suppressing them, but calmly questioning them. Is this true? Is this helpful? Is this distorted? Each question is like lifting another bar of weight. At first, the mind struggles. It wants to believe every thought. But with practice, the questioning becomes easier. The mind stops assuming every thought deserves belief. This reduces noise and strengthens clarity. Stoics also trained themselves to shift perspective deliberately. When an event felt overwhelming, they practiced zooming out. When a problem felt enormous, they practiced shrinking it to its real size. When their emotions surged, they practiced grounding in reason. Each shift in perspective was a rep, one that strengthened mental flexibility. A flexible mind resists cognitive noise because it can adjust quickly rather than getting stuck in rigid interpretations. Another form of mental weightlifting is practicing deliberate calm, not waiting for calm to appear, but choosing it in small ways. Slowing the breath, softening the shoulders, relaxing the jaw, speaking more slowly. These physical acts signal to the mind that it is safe. Each deliberate calm moment strengthens the nervous system's ability to regulate itself. Over time, the mind becomes more capable of calming itself down, even in moments of stress. The Stoics also strengthened their minds by confronting their fears in small doses. Worry weakens the mind by making fear seem enormous. But facing even mild fears builds confidence. Each moment of facing fear is a rep, one that teaches the mind that uncertainty and discomfort are survivable. This training reduces nighttime anxiety because the mind no longer assumes fear equals danger. Another crucial exercise involves practicing non-reactivity to external judgment. Praise and criticism are distractions that pull the mind off balance. The Stoics trained themselves to remain steady, whether praised or criticized, not because they were cold, but because they valued internal consistency. Every time they maintained composure instead of reacting emotionally, they strengthened the mind. This creates peace that lasts through the night. Perhaps the most powerful aspect of mental weightlifting is endurance training, remaining calm through prolonged moments of uncertainty or discomfort. The Stoics practiced staying present with difficult emotions instead of escaping them. This endurance prevented small issues from becoming overwhelming. It made the mind resistant to spirals. It created a baseline of clarity that turbulence could not disrupt. Over time, these small acts of discipline accumulate into something profound, a mind that no longer collapses under its own noise, a mind that can withstand stress without spiraling, a mind that can observe thoughts without becoming them, a mind that remains grounded even when life is unpredictable. Mental weightlifting does not make life easier, it makes you stronger. And with this strength, the Stoics were able to reach one of their deepest insights, seeing events with such clarity that they stopped taking them personally. A shift that dissolves emotional suffering at its core. As the mind grows stronger through deliberate discipline, something even deeper becomes possible. A level of clarity where you no longer react automatically to everything that happens. The Stoics understood that the world itself is not stressful. Events are not inherently painful. Circumstances are not emotional by nature. What creates suffering is the meaning we assign to these events, the labels, judgments, expectations, and personal interpretations we attach to raw reality. Their path to inner freedom came from stripping events back to their original form, neutral data. Neutral data simply means what happened, not what it meant, not what it says about you, not what your past associates with it, just the event itself, without emotional decoration. The Stoics believed that most emotional turmoil comes from forgetting this distinction. You experience an event, and before you even realize it, the mind adds layers, interpretations that transform neutral reality into something charged, heavy, or threatening. Seeing events as neutral data is not detachment from life. It is the removal of distortion. It allows you to respond with wisdom instead of reflex. It stops external moments from hijacking your internal world. The first part of this practice is noticing the moment where neutrality ends and interpretation begins. Someone speaks sharply. The event is, their tone was sharp. The interpretation is, they disrespected me. A plan changes. The event is, the plan changed. The interpretation is, this always happens to me. Nothing goes right. A mistake occurs. The event is, I made an error. The interpretation is, I'm incompetent. The mind rarely presents the event alone. It skips straight to the story. The Stoics interrupted that leap. They trained themselves to pause and identify the raw data underneath their reactions. What actually happened? This question pulls you back to clarity. It separates reality from embellishment. And the moment embellishment is removed, emotional intensity fades. Another part of seeing events as neutral is recognizing that events do not carry intent unless you assign it. Many people assume behind-the-scenes motives. They did this to hurt me. They ignored me on purpose. They're trying to undermine me. But the Stoics believed this was one of the fastest ways to create unnecessary suffering. Most people act based on their own inner world, not yours. By returning the event to neutrality, you prevent the mind from inventing motives. You protect your peace. This perspective also stops personalization. When you treat events as neutral data, you stop interpreting everything as commentary on your worth. Someone's mood, silence, or distraction becomes just that, not a sign that you're inadequate. The world stops feeling like it is judging you. Your emotional stability no longer depends on external behavior. The Stoics also used this practice to prevent exaggeration. When you reduce an event to its simplest form, you see that many problems are smaller than your mind made them. A delay is just a delay. An inconvenience is just an inconvenience. A disappointing outcome is just one outcome. The story the mind adds, this ruins everything. This proves I'm failing. This will never change, creates suffering. The event itself never intended. Neutralizing the event shrinks it back to its real size. Another key insight is that seeing events as neutral does not mean denying emotion. Stoics felt emotions deeply. They simply separated emotion from interpretation. You can feel frustrated, sad, or anxious without letting the feeling define the event. This is frustrating, is very different from this is catastrophic. Emotion becomes an experience, not a judgment. This distinction keeps emotions from overinflating reality. The Stoics also leaned on the truth that events are temporary. Whether pleasant or unpleasant, everything changes. Neutral data reminds you that no single moment defines your entire path. This perspective keeps you from overreacting to temporary fluctuations. When events lose their emotional permanence, the mind stops gripping them tightly. Another powerful aspect of this practice is that it anchors you in observation instead of reaction. Observation gives you choice. Reaction removes choice. When you see events as data, you gain space between external stimulus and internal response. You stop living at the mercy of every situation. You respond thoughtfully, not impulsively. This reduces emotional exhaustion and preserves mental clarity. Neutrality also helps at night. Many people lie awake replaying events, not the events themselves, but their interpretations. Neutral data dissolves the drama. You think, this happened, rather than, this says something terrible about me, or, this will ruin everything. The mind relaxes because there is no story left to energize the emotion. Peace returns because the event stops expanding into something larger. Over time, This Stoic path leads to unreactive living, not numbness, but stability. You feel emotions without being consumed. You experience events without being dragged into internal chaos. You maintain clarity because the world no longer gets to dictate your peace. You become the steady observer rather than the overwhelmed participant. And once events are seen clearly, the Stoics turn to the next layer of mastery, training the mind to respond calmly by default, even in moments of uncertainty, through the practice of intentional recalibration, teaching the mind to return to equilibrium without effort. When you begin seeing events as nothing more than neutral data, the mind stops running ahead of itself. But even with this clarity, your interpretations don't always stay calm. Old habits return. Past fears intrude. Emotional conditioning snaps back into place. The mind drifts into tension before you even realize it. This is why the Stoics worked on something deeper, training the mind so thoroughly that calm interpretation becomes the default, not the exception. Not something you fight for, but something that happens naturally. Calm interpretation doesn't mean ignoring challenges or pretending everything is pleasant. It means interpreting events without panic, without catastrophe, without emotional inflation. It means giving situations their proper size. It means meeting life with steadiness instead of spiraling. For the Stoics, this wasn't a personality trait. It was a trained response, developed through repetition, awareness, and gentle internal correction. The first step in this training is catching the earliest interpretations the mind creates. Interpretation happens fast, often faster than awareness. Before you know it, you've attached meaning, motive, emotion, and judgment to a situation. The Stoics trained themselves to notice these interpretations as soon as they appeared. This feels threatening, but is it? I feel judged, but is that true? This seems urgent, but is it really? These questions catch the interpretation mid-formation. Catching early means you can redirect early, before emotion takes over. The next part of training involves consistently choosing the calmest, accurate interpretation, not the rosiest one, not the denial version, but the most grounded, simple view. Calm interpretation grows when you repeatedly choose interpretations that reduce fear rather than amplify it. If someone is distant, the mind might jump to rejection. The calm interpretation is, they may be overwhelmed. Both are possibilities, but only one keeps your nervous system steady. Choosing the calmer interpretation doesn't mean naivety, it means wisdom. It keeps your energy clean and your mind aligned. Another Stoic technique for training calm interpretation is assuming benign intent until proven otherwise. Most emotional storms come from assuming the worst. They're angry with me. They disrespected me. They meant to hurt me. But the Stoics saw that most human behavior is driven by stress, distraction, habit, or personal struggles, not malice. Training yourself to default to benign intent softens emotional tension instantly. You free your mind from unnecessary battles. You become less reactive because you're no longer misinterpreting neutral events as personal attacks. Another method they practiced was anchoring interpretation in fact, not feeling. Emotions color perception, but facts clarify it. When your interpretation begins leaning into fear or assumption, grounding in simple facts pulls you back. I received a short message is a fact. They're upset with me is interpretation. Returning to facts breaks emotional inflation. Over time, the mind learns to rely on evidence over assumption. This slowly forms a new default, calm interpretation rather than emotional storytelling. The Stoics also trained calmness by intentionally slowing down their narrative. The mind tends to jump to dramatic conclusions. This will go wrong. This always happens. This is the beginning of disaster. These leaps create unnecessary suffering. The Stoics countered this by questioning the leap itself. What is actually known here? This slowed-down thinking style rewires the mind. When you repeatedly pull yourself back from leaps, the mind eventually stops making them. Another important training method is reducing personalization. The mind's egocentric filter makes everything feel personal, even when it has nothing to do with you. The Stoics practiced reminding themselves, "This event is not about me." Removing personalization instantly reduces emotional charge. Calmness becomes easier because you're no longer interpreting everything through a self-focused lens. Over time, this becomes a natural instinct rather than a forced practice. One of the most powerful Stoic techniques is practicing temporary interpretation. Instead of assuming your first interpretation is correct, you treat it as provisional, a placeholder, until more information appears. This prevents the mind from clinging to conclusions. Emotional intensity decreases because nothing feels final. You can remain calm because you are not committing to a meaning prematurely. This approach protects your peace in uncertain situations and helps the mind learn flexibility instead of rigidity. Another layer of training involves cultivating trust in your resilience. The mind interprets events dramatically when it doubts your ability to handle them, but when you trust your own strength, the mind stops jumping to catastrophic conclusions. Calm becomes the default because fear no longer frames your interpretation. You begin seeing challenges as manageable, setbacks as temporary, and uncertainty as normal. This shifts interpretation from threat-based to strength-based. Stoics also strengthened calm interpretation by practicing gratitude, not as a spiritual ritual but as a cognitive stabilizer. Gratitude reinforces the idea that life contains more safety, beauty, and support than the mind acknowledges in stressful moments. This broader perspective keeps the mind from collapsing into negativity. When gratitude becomes a consistent lens, interpretations naturally soften. Lastly, calm interpretation becomes default through patience. Stoics understood that the mind needs time to learn new patterns. They corrected themselves gently, without frustration. Every time they caught a dramatic interpretation and replaced it with a calmer one, they praised the effort. This positive reinforcement trained the brain to repeat the behavior. Over weeks and months, the mind shifts. Calm becomes familiar. Calm becomes normal. Calm becomes automatic. When the mind is trained to interpret life calmly, inner noise decreases dramatically. Anxiety loses its grip. Emotional storms weaken. Sleep deepens. And from this steady foundation, the Stoics advanced to an even finer skill, learning to silence the mental commentary entirely, so the mind can rest in quiet presence instead of continuous analysis. As the mind learns to interpret life with steadiness and clarity, a deeper question begins to rise beneath all the noise, the question of purpose. Not the kind tied to achievements, reputation, or external validation, but something quieter and far more enduring. A purpose that holds you steady the way roots hold a tree in strong winds. A purpose that doesn't crumble when circumstances shift. The Stoics called this deeper orientation logos, the rational order, the guiding principle, the inner blueprint of meaning that exists beneath every external change. And finding a personal connection to logos was, for them, the key to unshakable inner purpose. Inner purpose becomes shaky when it depends on outcomes, success, praise, progress, recognition. These things change. They rise and fall with fortune. When purpose is tied to them, the mind becomes unstable, pulled into anxiety, doubt, and insecurity. But the Stoics anchored purpose to something that does not shift. The alignment between your actions and the nature of who you are meant to be. When purpose is rooted in character rather than circumstances, inner peace becomes unbreakable. The first step in discovering this kind of purpose is understanding that Logos is not an external rule book. It is an internal compass, the deep intuition that points you toward what feels meaningful, true, and aligned. It is the sense of rightness you feel when you act from integrity. It is the inner clarity that appears when you make choices not to impress, not to avoid fear, but to honor something essential within you. This connection creates a purpose that does not depend on any single outcome. It becomes a constant presence within your decisions. Another part of finding purpose through Logos is recognizing where you expend energy on things that do not belong to you. When you chase external goals purely because society expects them, your purpose becomes fragmented. You lose connection to what genuinely motivates you. The Stoics taught that purpose emerges naturally when you stop pursuing things that contradict your values. When you choose actions that match who you want to be, not who you think you should be. The inner heaviness lifts, noise fades, a quiet sense of direction appears. The Stoics also believed that purpose grows stronger when it is shared with something larger than the self. Not necessarily religion or doctrine, but a sense of belonging to a greater order, humanity, reason, nature, or contribution. Purpose expands when life stops revolving around the self alone. When you see yourself as part of a whole, your efforts gain meaning beyond personal gain. This widens your sense of belonging and roots you in stability that ego alone cannot provide. Another step in discovering Stoic purpose is identifying your recurring callings, the moments where your heart feels pulled, your mind feels clear, and your energy feels natural. These moments are not coincidences. They are signals. Logos expresses itself in the things that light you up, the challenges you willingly face, the contributions you feel compelled to make. The Stoics believed these inner calls are not random. They point toward your natural path. Following them strengthens purpose from within. Purpose also becomes unshakable when you align yourself with virtue rather than pleasure or comfort. The Stoics placed virtue, wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control at the center of Logos. They believed that living in harmony with these qualities creates a life that cannot be ruined by misfortune. Even when external success falls away, a virtuous life remains full. Even when challenges appear, a virtuous person remains steady. Purpose grows strong when you measure your life by the strength of your character rather than the ease of your circumstances. Another aspect of Stoic purpose is embracing responsibility, not as a burden, but as a privilege. Logos teaches that you have a role to play in the world, however small or large. Your words matter, your actions matter, your presence matters. When you recognize this, your life gains gravity. You stop drifting. You stop waiting for motivation. You begin to act from intention. Purpose strengthens because you are living consciously rather than passively. The Stoics also understood that purpose requires acceptance of impermanence. Everything external eventually changes. Plans shift, people evolve, life brings loss. But logos remains. Purpose that relies on external stability will collapse the moment life becomes unpredictable. Purpose grounded in inner alignment adapts. It continues even in difficulty. It guides you through change rather than breaking under it. This is why the Stoics connected purpose to the internal world, not the external one. Another powerful part of this teaching is understanding that purpose is not found through thinking alone. It is revealed through living. You discover purpose by acting in alignment with your values, then observing how those actions shape your inner state. If a choice leaves you calm, steady, and proud of who you were in that moment, you are aligned with logos. If it leaves you restless or conflicted, you stepped away from it. This feedback loop is how the Stoics refined their purpose daily. Purpose also becomes unshakable when you allow it to evolve. Logos does not demand rigidity. It asks for honesty. What matters to you at 30 may not be what matters to you at 60. The Stoics embraced this evolution. They believed that purpose is not a single destination. It is an ongoing alignment with the deepest truth available to you at each stage of life. Allowing purpose to evolve prevents you from becoming stuck in outdated ambitions or identities. Perhaps the deepest part of this teaching is the realization that purpose is not something you find outside yourself. It is something you recognize within yourself once the noise quiets. Logos is the calm voice beneath the chaos, the wisdom beneath the fear, the clarity beneath the confusion. When you connect to it, the mind becomes grounded, the heart feels steady, the night becomes peaceful because you are no longer drifting, you are anchored. And from this centered sense of purpose, the Stoics moved naturally into the next teaching: how to build inner architecture, mental foundations so strong and stable that no external storm can shake the structure of who you are becoming. As purpose deepens and aligns you with something steady inside yourself, the next Stoic insight rises naturally. If your life is guided by an inner compass, then the mind must have a structure strong enough to support it. The Stoics understood that without inner architecture, even noble intentions collapse under pressure. A single setback can knock you off center. One harsh comment can derail your confidence. One unexpected change can make you feel lost again. So they built themselves from the inside out, creating mental foundations that did not crumble when life shifted. An inner structure that could withstand misfortune, uncertainty, pressure, and change. This inner architecture wasn't rigid. It wasn't made of stubbornness or emotional suppression. It was built from clarity, principles, and steady habits that supported calm judgment. The Stoics knew that the strongest inner world is flexible, not brittle, deeply rooted, not tightly clenched. And this structure wasn't built in one day. It was formed through daily choices that gradually shaped a stable, resilient inner life. The first pillar of this architecture was self-governance. The Stoics knew that a mind cannot be steady if it is ruled by impulse. So they trained themselves to become their own governors, guiding their reactions instead of being dragged by them. This didn't mean suppressing emotion. It meant recognizing the first spark of emotion and deciding how to respond rather than letting it flare into a fire. By practicing self-governance in small moments, they built the strength to remain steady in larger ones. A strong mind is not one that never feels. It is one that decides how to move with feeling. Another pillar was consistency. Stoics did not wait for motivation to act with clarity. They acted from principle, even when it was difficult. Consistency forms structure because it removes the chaos of unpredictable behavior. When you consistently act in alignment with your values, the mind begins to trust itself. Your inner world no longer feels unstable because your choices are no longer ruled by mood or circumstances. Consistency becomes a kind of inner scaffolding, steady, supportive, reliable. Another essential part of Stoic architecture was emotional honesty. They did not pretend to be above human feeling. They acknowledged their fears, disappointments, frustrations, and sorrows without shame. They wrote them down, examined them, and learned from them. Emotional honesty creates a foundation of truth. When you stop hiding from your internal world, you stop fearing it. This honesty turns vulnerability into strength. Nothing collapses more quickly than a mind built on denial. Stoics built on truth instead. The Stoics also strengthened their inner architecture by developing mental flexibility. They understood that rigid minds break under sudden change, while flexible minds adapt. They practiced accepting reality as it is, not as they wished it to be. They trained themselves to adjust their perspective when new information arrived. They let go of old interpretations that no longer served them. Flexibility makes the mind unbreakable because it can bend instead of snap. Many people collapse because their inner structures are too tight. Stoics built theirs wide enough to allow life to move through without destruction. Another foundational layer was a clear sense of priority. The Stoics separated what was essential from what was trivial. They understood that a mind overloaded with non-essential concerns becomes fragile. So they focused their energy on what truly mattered: virtue, integrity, character, contribution, reason. Everything else was considered noise. When you stop giving equal weight to everything, your inner architecture becomes lighter and more stable. A house collapses when it tries to hold too much. A mind collapses for the same reason. Stoics also built inner strength through acceptance of impermanence. They knew everything external eventually changes: relationships, circumstances, opportunities, health, fortune. By accepting this truth, they prevented themselves from anchoring stability in anything external. Their inner architecture didn't rely on fragile supports. It relied on internal stability that could endure change. When you stop expecting life to remain the same, you stop being shattered when it shifts. Another part of Stoic architecture is the practice of self-trust. Stoics cultivated the belief that whatever came their way, they would meet it with courage and wisdom. They trusted their ability to respond, even if they couldn't predict the outcome. Self-trust is a cornerstone of inner stability. When you trust yourself, uncertainty stops feeling like a threat. You no longer collapse under pressure because you know you can adapt. The Stoics also reinforced their inner architecture with perspective, the ability to zoom out. When emotions surged, they reminded themselves of the wider view, their place in the world, the smallness of their worries in the grand scale of life, the temporary nature of pain. Zooming out reduces emotional pressure. It keeps you from drowning in moments that feel huge but are actually fleeting. This perspective supports the entire mental structure. Another crucial layer is solitude, not isolation, but purposeful quiet time to reflect, reset, and realign. Stoics used solitude to hear their own thoughts without interference, to strengthen their inner voice, to clarify their direction. Solitude builds inner architecture because it teaches you how to stand solidly on your own. A mind that cannot be alone cannot be stable. Relationships also played a role. Stoics surrounded themselves with people who uplifted, challenged, and strengthened their character. This wasn't dependence, it was reinforcement. Healthy connections support inner structure by encouraging growth rather than feeding insecurity. But perhaps the deepest foundation of Stoic architecture was living in accordance with their principles, no matter how chaotic the external world became. When your behavior aligns with your values, you become solid inside. When your values guide you, circumstances lose the power to shake you. When your actions match your beliefs, the mind becomes whole. And once this inner structure is strong, the next Stoic teaching emerges naturally, learning how to choose what truly deserves your energy and letting the rest fall away, so your strength is never wasted on what does not matter. When your inner architecture becomes strong and steady, something subtle but life-changing begins to happen. You start to feel a sense of self-direction that may have been missing for years. Not the frantic kind driven by fear or obligation, but a calm, grounded direction that comes from within. The Stoics understood that the mind loses its way not because life is chaotic, but because intention becomes scattered. Without intention, you drift. Without intention, you absorb other people's priorities. Without intention, you act out of habit rather than wisdom. But when intention becomes virtuous, aligned with your deepest principles, you regain authorship over your life. Self-direction does not begin with tasks or goals. It begins with intention. Virtuous intention is simply this: acting from your highest qualities rather than your lowest impulses, choosing behaviors that strengthen your character instead of weaken it, responding with clarity instead of reactivity, moving through the world in a way that stays true to your values, even when circumstances test you. When your intention is aligned with virtue, every action becomes meaningful, and your path becomes clearer. The first way virtuous intention restores self-direction is by dissolving internal conflict. Much of your confusion comes from being pulled in opposite directions. What you want versus what you think you should want. What you feel versus what you expect from yourself. What brings peace versus what brings approval. The Stoics understood that when your intention is rooted in virtue, wisdom, courage, justice, self-control, these conflicts soften. You no longer split yourself trying to please everyone. You no longer question every decision. You know why you act, and that clarity guides you. Another way virtuous intention restores direction is by filtering your choices. A life without intention is like a road without signposts. You follow whatever path appears, even if it leads nowhere. Virtuous intention becomes a compass. When you face a decision, instead of asking, "What will they think?" or "What will I lose?" you ask, "What aligns with my principles?" This filter eliminates noise. It simplifies decisions. It frees you from the pressure of external influences. You stop chasing paths that contradict who you want to be. The Stoics also taught that intention rooted in virtue removes the fear of making mistakes. When your intention is good, honest, grounded, aligned, you no longer fear being wrong. Mistakes become learning, not failures. Missteps become refinement, not shame. This gives the mind freedom to move, explore, and grow without constantly bracing for judgment. Direction becomes easier when you no longer freeze at every choice. Virtuous intention also strengthens identity in the healthiest way. Instead of defining yourself by outcomes, you define yourself by who you choose to be in each moment. You anchor your identity in character, not achievement. This removes the fragility that comes from tying self-worth to success or external approval. You begin to trust yourself more deeply. With self-trust, direction becomes natural. You stop second-guessing your instincts. You stop hesitating. You move forward with grounded confidence. Another key part of Stoic intention is consistency. When you consistently choose virtuous action, even in small moments, you reinforce your direction. Every patient response strengthens patience. Every honest action strengthens integrity. Every courageous step strengthens courage. These repetitions are like laying stones along a path. You may not see the full road at first, but each stone shapes it. Eventually, the direction becomes undeniable. The Stoics also recognized that virtuous intention restores self-direction by protecting energy. When you act from virtue, you stop wasting energy on guilt, regret, or self-criticism. You stop fighting your own conscience. You stop trying to justify actions you knew weren't aligned. This conservation of emotional energy creates space for clarity, motivation, and purpose. A clear mind naturally moves toward growth. Virtuous intention also deepens your connection with yourself. Without it, your actions feel scattered, your motivations unclear. But when intention is rooted in your values, your life feels coherent, unified, authentically yours. This coherence creates a sense of direction that no external force can shake. You feel guided from within rather than pushed from outside. Another powerful effect is that virtuous intention strengthens resilience. When your direction comes from inner values rather than external circumstances, setbacks lose their power. You continue moving forward even when life is unpredictable because your compass remains intact. You don't collapse when outcomes disappoint you because outcomes are not your purpose. Alignment is. This resilience makes your path steady. And perhaps most important, virtuous intention restores freedom. When your actions reflect your highest self, you are no longer controlled by impulse, fear, comparison, or ego. You choose your life rather than being pulled by it. You become the author of your direction, the builder of your path, the guardian of your mind. This is self-direction at its deepest level, not a rigid plan, but a steady orientation that guides every decision with clarity and strength. Once this inner sense of direction is restored, the Stoics turn toward another essential practice: learning how to choose wisely where you place your energy, so you don't scatter your strength on things that do not nourish your purpose or your peace. When self-direction returns and your intentions begin flowing from a deeper, steadier place, something profound becomes clear. You don't have unlimited energy. You don't have unlimited attention. You don't have unlimited emotional capacity. And much of the suffering you carry doesn't come from life being too heavy, but from giving your strength to things that never deserved it. The Stoics understood this long before modern psychology. They knew that peace is not only built by what you cultivate, but by what you refuse to invest in. This is why they mastered the art of choosing wisely where their energy goes. Stoic energy management wasn't about withdrawal from life. It wasn't about being cold, distant, or detached. It was about alignment. They spent their emotional, mental, and physical energy on the few things that actually mattered: their character, their responsibilities, their personal growth, their relationships of integrity, their contribution to the world. Everything else, rumors, petty arguments, imagined problems, meaningless comparisons, ego-driven pursuits, they simply let fall away. The first element of this art is clarity. You cannot choose wisely if you don't know your priorities. The Stoics regularly asked themselves, does this matter in the long run? Most things didn't. A stranger's opinion, a brief inconvenience, a small disappointment, a minor imperfection, a temporary setback. When you see something's smallness, it no longer deserves the power to drain you. Clarity protects energy by shrinking trivial concerns to their true size. The next element is emotional self-respect. Stoics understood that giving energy to what diminishes you is a form of self-neglect. Worrying about things you can't control, fighting battles that don't need fighting, engaging in drama that doesn't belong to you. These are acts of emotional self-abandonment. By reclaiming your energy from these patterns, you quietly rebuild your inner strength. You begin to feel whole again. Another part of this art involves choosing your battles with wisdom. Not every disagreement needs resolution. Not every accusation needs defense. Not every injustice needs your personal intervention. The Stoics asked, "Is this worth the disturbance of my inner peace?" If the answer was no, they withdrew, not out of weakness, but out of intention. Energy saved is energy available for what truly matters. Stoics also chose where to invest mental energy by refusing to replay unnecessary stories. Rumination is one of the biggest thieves of vitality. Going over conversations, replaying mistakes, predicting disasters, none of this moves you forward. The Stoics broke this cycle by returning their attention to what is within their control. If they could change something, they acted. If they couldn't, they released it. This choice prevented the mind from wasting energy on loops that solved nothing. Another crucial element is deciding who deserves space in your inner world. Not everyone does. Some people energize you, inspire you, or support your growth. Others drain you, confuse you, or destabilize your peace. The Stoics weren't unkind, but they were discerning. They understood that choosing who you allow close is one of the most important decisions of your life. Peace is often preserved through selective closeness. The Stoics also protected their energy by refusing to entertain ungrounded fears. Anxiety often comes from phantom problems, events that haven't happened and may never happen. The Stoics called these borrowed troubles. They refused to spend energy on futures that were still imaginary. Instead, they focused on preparing their character, not their fears. This saved immense emotional bandwidth and prevented exhaustion. Another area where Stoics were selective was the pursuit of external validation. Chasing approval is one of the most draining behaviors a person can fall into. The Stoics recognized that no amount of praise can stabilize someone who does not trust themselves. So they chose to invest energy in being honorable, not admired. In doing what's right, not what's popular, this gave them freedom and preserved their strength for meaningful work. Stoics also practiced energy conservation by simplifying their desires. When you want too many things, you scatter your attention. You chase what doesn't matter. You become emotionally overstretched. By narrowing their desires to what nourished their soul, wisdom, virtue, peace, the Stoics created a kind of inner spaciousness. The unnecessary fell away. The essential rose to the surface. Another aspect of this art is accepting that not every problem needs immediate fixing. Some issues resolve with time. Some conflicts fade without effort. Some questions answer themselves. The Stoics saved energy by letting life unfold without forcing every outcome. This patience allowed them to act when needed and rest when possible. The deepest layer of Stoic energy choice is understanding that your peace is sacred. It is not earned. It is not optional. It is the foundation of a stable mind. Anything that consistently damages your peace, habits, people, environments, thoughts, cannot remain in your inner world without cost. The Stoics were ruthless in protecting this peace, not with aggression, but with quiet boundaries. Over time, choosing what deserves your energy creates profound stability. Your days become lighter, your mind becomes clearer, your sleep becomes deeper. You stop pouring your strength into trivialities and begin channeling it into your highest self. And once you master this choice, the Stoics took it even further. They learned how to use this clarity to shape their purpose into action, ensuring that every step they took aligned with the person they were becoming. When you learn to give your energy only to what truly matters, something else becomes unmistakably clear. You are doing far more than you need to, not because you're lazy or unfocused, but because modern life piles tasks, expectations, obligations, and noise onto your days until you can't tell what actually serves your soul and what simply distracts you from it. The Stoics understood this problem long before it had a name. They saw that a life filled with meaningless tasks becomes a life emptied of purpose. So they practiced something essential: purpose filtering, the art of removing everything that does not move you toward the person you are meant to be. Purpose filtering isn't about doing less for the sake of efficiency. It's about doing less so you can live more meaningfully. When purpose becomes the filter, the unnecessary falls away naturally. What's left is direction, alignment, and inner freedom. The first step in purpose filtering is acknowledging that not every task deserves your participation simply because it appears in your path. Many tasks come from habit, people-pleasing, fear of disappointing others, or trying to keep up with expectations that were never truly yours. The Stoics stripped away these obligations by asking, "Does this serve my higher self?" If the answer was no, the task was either redesigned, delegated, delayed, or abandoned. They were not careless, they were intentional. The Stoics understood that tasks fall into two categories: those that strengthen your character and those that drain it. Those that bring you closer to virtue, clarity, courage, wisdom, justice, were kept. Those that pulled you into pettiness, vanity, anxiety, or distraction were quietly removed. When you eliminate tasks that feed your ego or your fears, you create space for tasks that nourish your soul. Purpose grows in that space. Another part of purpose filtering is recognizing when a task no longer aligns with who you are becoming. People often continue commitments long after they've served their purpose, out of guilt, routine, or inertia. The Stoics released tasks when they stopped supporting growth. They didn't cling to outdated obligations because doing so divides your attention and fragments your identity. Letting go becomes an act of self-respect, not abandonment. Purpose filtering also requires distinguishing between urgency and importance. Modern life pushes everything forward as if it deserves immediate attention. But the Stoics knew that most urgent tasks are not important, and most important tasks are rarely urgent. They refused to sacrifice long-term purpose for short-term pressure. When you stop letting urgency dictate your actions, your days regain coherence. Your mind regains calm. Your direction becomes intentional. Another powerful Stoic practice was identifying tasks that came from external pressure rather than inner alignment. The expectation to keep up appearances, the pressure to stay busy, the fear of falling behind. These pressures create tasks that drain life without adding meaning. The Stoics filtered them out by returning to a simple question: is this task a reflection of who I want to be or who I fear I must be? Only tasks that reflected the former remained. Purpose filtering also involves simplifying your commitments. Many people overwhelm themselves trying to maintain too many responsibilities, some chosen, many inherited. The Stoics believed that a meaningful life requires spaciousness. They minimized commitments that diluted their focus. They preferred to do a few things with excellence rather than many things with exhaustion. This was not minimalism for aesthetics, it was minimalism for sanity. Another part of purpose filtering is aligning tasks with your unique strengths. The Stoics recognize that not every task is meant for every person. Some tasks energize you because they align with your nature. Others drain you because they contradict it. When you choose tasks based on strength and alignment, life becomes smoother. Resistance fades. Purpose grows naturally because you are moving with your nature, not against it. Purpose filtering also cultivates self-trust. Every time you choose a task that aligns with your higher self, your inner world strengthens. Every time you let go of one that doesn't, your clarity increases. Over time, this builds confidence. The mind begins to trust your judgment. Doubt fades, direction sharpens. This self-trust becomes a compass that guides your life with increasing ease. Another essential part of this practice is recognizing that some tasks once aligned with your purpose but no longer do. Letting go of past purpose is one of the hardest things to do. But the Stoics accepted that growth means outgrowing. They allowed themselves to evolve. They released goals that no longer matched their values, roles that no longer fit their identity, and activities that no longer nourished their spirit. This release creates room for new purpose to emerge. Purpose filtering also transforms your relationship with time. When you eliminate tasks that don't serve your higher self, time expands. You begin to feel less rushed, less overwhelmed, less consumed. You stop living reactively and begin living deliberately. Moments become meaningful because they are filled with tasks that reflect your essence, not tasks that dilute it. Perhaps the deepest part of purpose filtering is this. When you stop giving your energy to what doesn't matter, your life naturally gravitates toward what does. You don't have to search for purpose as desperately. It reveals itself when the noise fades. It rises when you stop drowning in tasks that do not belong to you. Purpose becomes visible when you clear space for it. And with this clarity, the Stoics were ready to take the next step, using this purified sense of direction to break the grip of existential worry by finding meaning in the very structure of life itself. A meaning that steadies the mind even through uncertainty. After 4 hours of exploring the inner world the Stoics mastered, you've walked through every layer of mental noise, the spirals, the fears, the ego, the identity stories, the hidden attachments, the quiet distortions that follow you into the night. And through each lesson, one truth became clearer. Peace is not somewhere outside of you. It's a skill, a practice, a way of seeing, a way of returning to yourself again and again. You learned how to release the weight of the day, how to step out of ego, how to break urgency before it steals your calm, how to shrink fear by facing it, how to let emotions pass like weather instead of owning your identity, and how to choose what actually deserves your energy. You learned how to reframe your nights, rewrite your responses, and rebuild your inner architecture into something that can't be shaken by circumstance. And now, as the night holds you gently, let all these teachings settle. You don't need to remember every word. Your mind has already absorbed what it needed. Your heart has already softened in the places that were ready. The rest will return when the night is quiet, when the mind is tired, when you need it most. If this journey spoke to you, If even one lesson gave you clarity, comfort, or stillness, leave a comment below with the words, "I choose calm." Those 3 words are more than a comment. They're a declaration that you're ready to live with clarity instead of noise. And if you want more wisdom, more stillness, more teachings that help you navigate the storms both inside and around you, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. There is so much more ahead, and I'd be honored to walk that path with you. For now, let your mind rest. Let the noise fade. Let the night reset you. You've earned your peace.